Morning, everybody. Just a sound check. Thank you for joining. We admitting lots of people into this session, so we will be with you in 4 minutes' time. Thank you very much. Right. Good morning, everybody. Welcome at the Transport Forum this morning. Great seeing everybody. We're still admitting lots of people into the event. We're expecting many more to join. But while we're still admitting people, let's do a little bit of housekeeping as usual. You obviously getting used to the digital platform, but let's repeat it. Please, guys, stay on mute. Otherwise, I'll have to mute you on my side. So appreciate if you stay on mute. And then also, we're not going to encourage questions during the presentations. At the end of each presentation today, there will be opportunity to ask questions. And then you'll be allowed to unmute yourself. And once you've been recognized, you can then ask your question, or you can obviously use the raise hand function. At the bottom of your screen, there's a more function and so on. You will see there's a raise hand function that you can use. Also, ladies and gents, you're welcome to type questions in the chat room. You're also welcome to greet each other and share, obviously, contact details. You're most welcome to do that, but please keep the discussions related to today's event and the topics being discussed. We really appreciate that. So, yeah, so looking at today's program, and we very much proudly being hosted today by Department of Transport. Thank you very much, Kibi, for hosting this event today. Just getting our program up here. Right, so there we are. And we're talking about the IPTN implementation progress, and it's oops, what happened there? Let me just see. What happened there? Just give me time to sort this one out. Sorry, something very funny happened there, ladies and gents, but there we go. So it's IPTN implementation process. It's progress. It's one of a series that we presented before as well. Thank you very much for Ibrahim Sidat as well for helping us putting this event together. We really appreciate that. So being hosted by Kibi Manana, the Deputy Director General of Public Transport, Department of Transport today. And as you can see, there's an exciting program waiting for us. We really appreciate, and we've been looking forward to this event for quite some time. So this is the first half of the program. You can see we're going to have Kibi doing the opening address. And then also you will see we have the City of George going to talk to us. We're going to learn a lot from learned colleagues. Mr. James Rowe, who's the Public Transport Oversight Official for George Municipality. And then we're going to take a short comfort break. Thereafter, we're going to listen to Mr. Jürgen Kuhl. He's the Technical Director at Advisory Management, City of Rustenburg, learning a lot from City of Rustenburg. And then we're going to have Mr. Andre Friesler, Specialist Consultant Transportation, who's going to give us an insight on value engineering. So very, very much learned colleagues talking to us today. And after each presentation, you will have opportunity to ask questions. Yes, and then, ladies and gents, obviously this event, I think my screen, but I'll sort of now. This event, obviously, and all the Transport Forums events are proudly hosted and sponsored by valued companies. And we would like to give recognition to the companies sponsoring us and making the Transport Forum possible over this past 17 years. And we're going to have some fun. So you'll see we're going to use menti.com. So what we're going to do is we've got two prizes of Transport Forum branded power banks that you might be the lucky winner of these. And we're going to ask some questions about our sponsors and associates after we've done the presentation about them. And the first person answering the question right about the sponsor, he will be the winner. And as I said, we're going to use menti.com. So at the time, before I ask questions, you will be given opportunity to start up menti.com on your either your PC or your cell phone. And it's great, especially when we do events, where there's a live audience as well. Then Menti gives us a good platform for people in the audience as well as a virtual audience to take part in these events. So that's great. All right, so they are our sponsors, and we're going to have a look at them making the Transport Forum possible. So we've got formal associates of the Transport Forum. You can see it's professional bodies in the industry who signed up for formal agreement with the relationship with Transport Forum. And let's have a look at the South African Association of Freight Forwarders. They actually shared a nice video with us. So just get this thing sorted.
The willing.
So,
What does it take to compete on the world stage? To go head to head with the best of the best? Excellence, agility, resilience, the willingness to keep on evolving. It takes courageous leadership to be bold and chart the course, to connect the dots, bringing stakeholders together, to overcome the hurdles we all face, and to deliver best practice. It's about business at the click of a button, delivering at the speed of the internet, connecting people, products, and places, strengthening our supply chains, faster and more cost-effective than ever. Since 1921, we've given voice and vision to the freight forwarding industry, navigating the tides of international trade, evolving ever more sophisticated supply chains, bridging local and global markets to move our economy forward. Welcome to our world. The South African Association of Freight Forwarders, architects of transport for over a century.
that's it. Thank you very much, Saf. Ladies and gents, clearly I've got a glitch here. Just give me an opportunity to quickly sort this out, so bear with me. Just, for some reason, this PC started running 2 Zoom sessions, so let me just sort this one out. Just a moment for me. All right, ladies and gents, seems that I found my feed again. There's a association who joined the Transport Forum. They called the Multi-Inlet Port Association, and they're all about revitalizing our road network and also doing it through inland ports. And thank you very much, Warwick Lord, for all your support and the good work you guys are doing. So that is called the MIPA, and they're doing great work already. And obviously all these associations, ladies and gents, you get all the links on the Transport Forum's website. And obviously, if you're in that industry, it will be to your benefit to join these organizations and become members. All right, so then we've got the African Women and Supply Chain Association. Level Lechohala heading up them. Thank you very much, Wiska, for your support. We've got the South African Express Parcel Association. It's a representative body and voice of the express delivery industry in South Africa. Thank you very much, SAPA. We've got the SABOA, South African Bus Operators Association. The South African bus and coach industry has played a vital role in the social and economic development of our country. You can see they were formed in 1980, and they obviously represent the bus and coach industry. Thank you very much, Saboa. We've got the Road Freight Association. They say without trucks, South Africa stops. Thank you very much, RFA, for your support. And we've got ARIA, African Rail Industry Association. Thank you very much, Marcelo and Flapu, for all your support. Just letting more people into the session. And the Safer Stops Association, Nikki Scott, they can say, you can see they say uniting minds, sharing vision and resources, uplifting well-being, boosting road safety for South Africa's commercial drivers. Thank you very much, Safer Stops Association. We also have got formal media alliances with the Transport Forum. Freight News, news and features for import and export decision makers. Freight News actually very much been part of the Transport Forum since inception. Thank you very much, Freight News. Africa, Railways Africa. You can see it's a technical business-to-business online publication covering all aspects of the rail sector. Thank you very much, Philippa Dean, for your support. Then we've got Focus on Transport and Logistics. You can see they say South Africa's oldest and leading transport magazine. Thank you very much, Focus on Transport and Logistics. We've got Engineering News of Prima Media, premier source of real economy news, daily coverage of South Africa's transport noted by the sectors and accurate and timely review of news reportage. Ladies and gents, getting to our sponsors, C-Track is a platinum sponsor of the Transport Forum. They've got a great product, Crystal. Let's have a look at this video.
A lot has changed in the 4 decades that we've been keeping vehicles and business equipment safe and always visible. And we've learned a thing or two along the way. That's why our focus is firmly on the future. A future that goes beyond just tracking and reporting, challenging the status quo, and exploring what the power of technology combined with AI can unlock for your business. Because talking did not earn us the reputation of being the leader in fleet telematics solutions. Pushing boundaries with constant innovation did, and putting our customers first by asking, what if, what's next, and what's possible? For the power of foresight over hindsight to plan ahead and make smarter decisions. What if you could predict the optimal route to increase on-time deliveries and significantly reduce long-term maintenance? What if you could predict the best tractor speed on the day to reduce wasted spray and cover more ground with precision? Or if something as trivial as a few centimeters could predict the difference between maximum efficiency or maximum risk? Because in our world, and likely in yours too, having insights that can be used as foresight with a crystal clear view of the future is the only thing that matters to remain ahead for better control, better efficiencies, and better overall performance. It's the telematics and AI solution that goes beyond tracking and reporting. Step into the future with Crystal by C-Track and experience the power to predict.
Thank you so much, C-Track. We've got Bid Air Cargo, also a gold sponsor of the Transport Forum for many years.
In the world of express freight, there's one name that stands above the rest: Bid Air Cargo. Our airport-to-airport line haul service is the backbone of South Africa's express freight industry. At Bid Air Cargo, we don't just deliver cargo. We go the extra mile to ensure a seamless and efficient experience in South Africa. With our unwavering commitment to excellence and improved technology, we handle your cargo with utmost care and deliver it on time, every time. Our dedication to service excellence is what sets us apart. We live by our core values of service excellence, mutual respect, integrity, and accountability. When you choose Bid Air Cargo, You're choosing a partner that takes pride in going above and beyond for your freight needs. From pharmaceuticals to perishable goods, automotive parts to live animal transportation, we handle a diverse range of commodities. Our attention to detail and precision ensure that your cargo arrives in perfect condition, no matter what it is. Our dedicated teams work tirelessly to guarantee the safety and efficient transport of your cargo. We leave no stone unturned to ensure your freight arrives at its destination intact and on time. With our advanced track and trace system, you can monitor your shipments in real time. Stay informed about the whereabouts of your cargo with just a few clicks. Our goal is to provide you with peace of mind and complete transparency throughout the entire journey. We understand that time is of the essence for our valued customers. That's why we offer a user-friendly online portal that simplifies the documentation process. Obtain quotations and create e-labels with ease, saving you valuable time and effort. Whether you have a small package or a large shipment, Bid Air Cargo handles it all with equal care and precision. Our ISO certification is a testament to our commitment to quality and professionalism. We don't just excel in domestic express freight, we also cater to your international cargo needs. No matter the size of your business, whether you're a small enterprise or a multinational corporation, you can trust us to handle your cargo with the same level of dedication and attention to detail. Connect with us today and discover the difference our innovative technology, seamless tracking, and customer-orientated approach will make to your operation. Bid Air Cargo. Same-day express every day, overnight express every night.
Thank you, Bid Air Cargo, for your gold sponsorship. That is in Control Fleet. Joined us about 3 months ago as a gold sponsor.
At Control Fleet, innovation is at the heart of every decision we make. We execute like never before. Our features include planning, scheduling, driver application, and our value proposition is continuous value and execution for you. We love logistics and transport operations, our clients, and our aim is to provide them with new age technology, innovate their business, and take them to the future.
Thank you, Control Fleet. Unitrans, gold sponsor of the Transport Forum.
Africa and its people are going places, navigating new ways that move the vibrant continent forward. Unitrans puts them on the road to productivity, growth, and success, helping them get there safe and on time. We move millions of people across Africa, providing secure and innovative transport solutions that connect families and businesses, get learners to schools, students to universities, and employees to their places of work. We partner with independent operators, supporting and empowering them through advanced technology systems that enable their growth. Working with all industry stakeholders, we build the greater transport industry, expanding the essential network needed to move people safely. We are a trusted, innovative transport solution specialist with a purpose. Our belief in the power of doing accelerates economic progress across the continent and moves people towards their most prosperous future.
Great, thank you, Unitrans. Ladies and gents, University of Johannesburg, been a gold sponsor of the Transport Forum since inception. The Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management, doing great work, also mentoring myself a lot. Thank you very much, UJ, for your great support. Data Noble, it's a well-established research organization specializing in both quantitative and qualitative analysis. We use a variety of cutting-edge tools to deliver customer experience and other sentiment-based research programs. So you need to know what's going on in your customer base and what else you can deliver them. Data Noble are the people to talk to. And obviously, as I said, all the links for these organizations you'll find on the Transport Forum's website. Go Metro. Revolutionize your fleet management with instant real-time insights. You can see they say they consolidate actionable data from your entire fleet into a single platform, enabling you to streamline operations, enhance route planning, extend tire life, and optimize cargo conditions, all while saving costs. Thank you, Go Metro, for your gold sponsorship. Kuba, transforming ticketing, part of the ICM Mobility Group, which enables public and private transport to move into the digital era. You can see they do journey planning, smart ticketing, streamlining electronic payment, shaping the digital transformation of the mobility sector. Thank you very much, Kuba, for your gold sponsorship. Standard Bank, also gold sponsor. Let's see if we can get this video going online.
The group purpose is Africa is our home, we drive our growth. And driving Africa's growth goes to the nature of an institution that we are, which is an organization that is at the center of the economy, giving people the ability to pay, to borrow, to invest, and by ensuring their assets. We do all of this to fulfill that purpose of a financial institution, which is to help people to become active economic agents and contribute to economic growth.
We have found increasingly that we need to impact the communities that we operate in a very positive manner. We need to conduct our business in line with international best practices. We are signed up to the Equator Principles, which helps to protect our environment. We want to make sure that we're investing in infrastructure. We want to make sure that we're deepening financial services so that more and more people have access to financial services.
You can never provide a full service offering to the clients if you don't do so on the basis of an integrated standard bank offering, i.e. a universal bank. When we look at types of projects and companies and individuals that we fund, we have to be sensitive to the impact that they make on those communities. Do they contribute meaningfully? Are they ethical in their own behavior? Are they sensitive to issues of environment? Are they sensitive to the way they undertake and develop their own projects and initiatives? And Standard Bank believes very, very strongly in ensuring that ultimately the growth that we desire is a growth that benefits everyone.
We finance the building of airports, bridges, ports, which contribute to economic growth and contribute to the hard infrastructure that society needs for development.
How do we show up in such a way that is real and human in our customers? And it goes both ways. How do we see customers as individuals, but how do we also show up not as a monolithic bank, but as a human bank, as a local bank? And you might say that it's is a bit of a paradox because we're a universal bank. It's true. But we are a universal bank that feels local, that feels real.
Countries in Africa embrace democracy, embrace good macroeconomic policies. They will attract foreign capital, into their economies. And we as a group are well positioned to access those capital flows and also help drive investments in the right sectors.
Right, Standard Bank, thank you very much. Ladies and gents, we've got Global Trade Solution, innovative solutions transforming the global supply chain, consulting and strategy, software solutions, and specialized services. It's all about imports and exports. You need to talk to these people. Thank you very much, Global Trade Solution. Zutari, our engineers of note, consulting engineers, they say impact engineered, also known as Oricon before. Ladies and gents, been gold sponsor for many years with the Transport Forum. Thank you very much, Zutari. JC Auditors, there's a nice video.
Welcome to JC Auditors, your trusted partner in road freight certification solutions. At JCA, we offer a single integrated solution for road freight companies, enabling you to achieve all your compliance and certification requirements. Our focus on the South African National Standard, RTMS, ensures your fleet meets the high standards in safety, efficiency, and sustainability. Promoting vehicle safety and fostering safe driving behavior are keys to RTMS success. With a national presence of a growing footprint in the SADC regions, JCA is your local and regional expert in road transport compliance. Our certificates are SANAS accredited and IAF aligned, so rest assured that JC Auditors certifications are recognized globally. Our team of professional road transport experts brings unparalleled experience and dedication to every client, ensuring your company is always compliant. Having conducted over 10,000 audits in the last 15 years, JCA's expertise is proven, tried, and trusted across the industry. We proudly serve South Africa's leading road freight companies, along with a host of other forward-thinking and ambitious transporters, driving road transport excellence. Join the many satisfied clients who trust JC Auditors for their road freight certification needs, including RTMS, ISO 9001, and more. Visit us at www.jcauditors.com and drive your business forward with confidence.
JC Auditors. Another gold sponsor, Easy Clear, software solutions for customs clearing, freight forwarding, and logistics providers, covering air, sea, road, and rail. Thank you very much, Easy Clear. Ticket Pro, ladies and gents, group that got actually two brands with the Transport Forum. This one is the Ticket Pro Travel, online booking tool. See, it's an online corporate traveling booking tool with everything you need and nothing you don't want. Thank you very much, Ticket Pro Travel. Also, we have AFC solutions from Ticket Pro, the Smart Tab solution. You can see it includes key features like comprehensive route management, flexible passenger management and methods, flexible route and fare product setup, shift and dispatch management, cashier system, inspection tools, and comprehensive management information system reports. Thank you very much, Ticket Pro Smart Tab. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a new company joining us as a gold sponsor, officially from next month. It's Internet of Things Integrated. So what's the space? Going to be lots of interesting information from them. Then, ladies and gents, just take note of the Smarter Mobility Africa. That's going to be 2 to 4 October at Gallagher Convention Center. Great event that you should attend. Transport Forum is also going to exhibit there. So just take note of this date. So there we are, ladies and gents. Let's give a big hand for our associates and our sponsors making the Transport Forum possible. We're going to do a little bit fun now, the quiz. You might be the lucky winner of one of those Transport Forum power banks. And they're our sponsors. So what you can do now, ladies and gents, is you can type in www.menti.com on your smartphone or on your PC. So we'll open up the Menti application, and then you should be able to enter a number. I will give you the number in a few seconds' time. They'll also prompt you for your name. So you type in kindly your name and surname so that you can see who's actually won. And we're going to bring up the Menti screen. Just find that here. My PC that, as you know, went into a loop just now, so I must just sort my screen out again. Just bear with me for a moment. Share it again. Okay, so there's our quiz. And there you can see the code at the top. You can see it's 5999054. So you're welcome to type it into Menti. And you type in your name and your surname. All right, hopefully you guys are ready. 5999054 and your name and your surname. So let's have a look at the first question. Let's see who's the fastest. Question 1. Okay, there we go. Question 1. Gold sponsor is part of the ICM Mobility Group, which enables public and private transport to move into the digital era. Let's use, who's that? Is it C-Track, Go Metro, Cuba, or Global Trade Solution? Right, let's see. The correct answer was Cuba. Let's see who was the fastest. Mr. James Robb, congratulations, you're the winner of this one, James Robb. So what we will do is we will get your preferred delivery address and we will have your prize couriered to you. Congratulations, James. So James, now you must stand back because you're too fast. The next question, ladies and gents, here we go. Here, question 2. So it's also a gold sponsor. They consolidate actionable data from your entire fleet into a single platform, streamline operations, better route planning, enhanced tire life, and cargo solutions, all saving cost. Who are they? Is it Go Metro, is it Clear, Zutari, or JC Auditors? That is interesting. The correct answer was Go Metro. So let's have a look who was the fastest. Watson. Congratulations, Watson. You've been fast this year, and we will also have your prize couriered to you, and you'll obtain your delivery address. Congratulations to our winners. This was great fun. Let me just invite more people into our event here. Alrighty. Ladies and gents, going to come back our program again, and then we can actually just share a little bit of information about how you can obtain presentations and so on. So to bring up the screen again. So these are our sponsors. Thank you to them. Ladies and gents, just bear in mind our business directory. It's been outsourced to Olga Mashilo, Bolling Bontley Consultant Company, and she's administrating this business directory for us. It's only 450 rands a year, and you can have your company listed in a very popular business directory of the Transport Forum. And you can take a picture there of Olga's numbers. She'll be able to help you to get your company listed. So also invoice you straight for being listed in a business directory. And that's actually correct exposure. So all the presentations you see presented at the Transport Forum is from that website, transportseek.com. You guys will also receive an email from myself after the event, giving all the information again. I'm not going to go through all these slides. So that takes us now to today's great program. And ladies and gents, we're still talking IPTN implementation progress. And I'm going to proudly hand you over to Ms. Kibi Manana, who's the Deputy Director General of Public Transport, Department of Transport. And she's going to do the IPTN review reflections on implementation to date. Thank you very much, Kibi. Looking forward to your presentation.
Good morning, everyone. Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you, Harry. It's Kibi Manana from the Department of Transport, as I was introduced. I must just correct one thing. I'm not the Deputy Director General. I'm actually just Chief Director, Public Transport Network Development. Okay, so as Harry said, today's session will be focusing on reflections on the implementation of integrated public transport networks. Firstly, on behalf of the Department of Transport, we must just thank Harry and the Transport Forum for this platform, and just being given an opportunity to come back and share where we are. I think we did this in 2021, if I have not forgotten, if I'm not wrong. And so it's good that we're coming back now in 2024 to share with everyone and members of the forum and people who attend the forum events where we are with IPTN implementation. I'm just going to share my screen. And as I'm doing that, just to also indicate as well that last year, the Minister of Transport, the previous Minister of Transport, in her priorities, performance priorities, had the review of IPTNs. The president had requested that we review why it is taking longer to implement. We were told that he said he likes the program, but he's concerned that it's taking long to implement. And so we then initiated a review. And in doing that, we appointed Pegasus as one of the IPTN monitors. And they came on board and they basically have assisted us in conducting this review. And so today we will be sharing with you some of the findings, as well as some of the recommended considerations that will inform us taking the IPTN program forward. So as part of my reflection today, I'll just give you an overview of progress to date, just look at barriers to implementation, and then touch on the way forward. I think this slide goes without saying, and I think I'm talking mostly to people who understand why we need public transport. And as a country, we need it to thrive. And we look at different areas that are impacted by either the introduction of public transport or the use of public transport. And we see how internationally competitive cities have invested significantly in public transport to reverse trends, and also to reverse basically the impact of car-centric planning. And because public transport is important to, and also enables job creation, it also contributes to increased economic activity. It also impacts property values, especially properties that are built around your stations or as part of your transit-oriented developments. It reduces congestion, improving the environment, also improving the air quality, also making sure that everybody is able to use public transport. So the element of social inclusion is important because then it is an affordable mode for all people, whether it be abled people or disabled or children, and also offers better health, and also makes sure that we enhance safety by reducing accidents or collisions and other issues. So we have different policy directives that are influencing the implementation of public transport in South Africa. And these are listed below. I will not necessarily go into each one, what each says, but you all know about the National Land Transport Act, We know about the National Development Plan and the recent Transport White Paper that was revised, as well as the Public Transport Strategy and Action Plan of 2007. I just want to move this thing. I can't seem to see the title of the slides. So also where we have implemented IPTNs, we've seen a number of benefits. And also we recognize that even though we may not see those benefits as yet, there are opportunities to actually realize some of these. As I said earlier on, improving the quality of life, making sure that, environments are livable. There's better spatial structure. There's also better environment, and that we also reduce congestion and also boost the economy. I mean, one of the things that with IPTNs we've been told to look at is to, for example, make sure that services are running to boost, a 3-shift economy. But even though we have implemented, we recognize that we're still very far in some of the municipalities, and we have not really fully realized some of these benefits that are highlighted in this slide in South Africa. Progress has been very slow. We've spent over about 80 billion in IPTN since 2007. And this amount includes, the 2010 World Cup preparations. And yet, having spent that money, we only have 9 of the 13 grant-funded cities operational. We also, most of these cities that are operational are running what we call starter services, and not at the scale that they were supposed to be by now. And we haven't really achieved the desired impact. And many cities have yet to establish processes and build the capacity to make sure that they optimize their operations and implementation. And so the 3 cities that are still delayed, or 4 rather, it's Buffalo City, Mbombela, and Msunduzi. They were suspended, as well as eThekwini. But now Msunduzi has now been brought back. They are on a readmission stage. To then, if they meet certain conditions, they then would be readmitted into the grant. eThekwini is still delayed as a metropolitan municipality, and the other 2 cities, we're not sure if they will be able to come on board or not. So as part of the review, a number of challenges that have contributed to the slow implementation were identified, and most of these are structured around these 5 areas, and I will discuss each one of them. Under technical expertise and capacity, what we are observing is high staff turnover in municipalities and prolonged recruitment timelines. Also appointment of incorrect external support, or unskilled people. Where there is competent support, there are no measures to facilitate skills transfer. What we're also finding is cities tend to focus quite a lot on project management units. And you find that even in these project management units, they're not capacitated with the right skills. From an institutional perspective, there is poor planning and governance. I mean, this in itself also results in some of the wastage that we're seeing, the corruption that's also prevalent in most of these IPTNs. There is lack of political will. We're not finding that we've got sufficient political champions or even administrative champions at a state level. And maybe sometimes at a national level as well. There's also political interference and instability in municipalities. I mean, now with what's happening now in the political space, that in itself also affects, you find that today it's this particular party, and then when they leave, another party comes on board and everything changes, and that just results in instability. There's also limited understanding and adherence to supply chain management processes. Under industry transition, this is where we bring in the taxi industry. There is prolonged industry engagements and negotiations. Industry fragmentation and infighting causes further delays. And basically, if the taxi industry, there are conflicts, whether it be at a leadership level or within an association, that will definitely impact, the progress on IPTNs. There's also lack of capacitation of VOCs to run formal or scheduled bus services. So, I mean, the third point, there is also another element to it, rather than just only saying there's lack of capacitation. Sometimes you find that VOCs are capacitated, and they bring in technical experts, and then later on, shareholders then decide to, remove those technical experts, and that in itself then results to a good example is Piotrans. What happened in Piotrans? From an affordability perspective, low fare revenue due to inaccuracies in initial demand projections. And also there's competition, and despite the compensation investment that has been made, municipalities are unable to enforce and to make sure that we get value for money for that compensation. There is mismanagement and misuse of funds. There's also lack of adherence to the minimum rates base. Currently, the grant framework says municipalities must contribute a minimum of 2%, as we call it, skin in the game, to show their commitment to the project. And municipalities are struggling to contribute even this 2%. And what we're finding is, grant funds and municipal contributions are often insufficient or not enough to cover the full cost of implementation, and that other revenue sources must then be considered. And sometimes you find that those revenue sources are not there. Municipalities don't have them. So the issue of affordability then becomes a critical thing that we have to look at. And lastly, from a planning and infrastructure construction perspective, what we're finding is municipalities are coming up with very ambitious and unrealistic plans. They are over-designing their infrastructure, and I think one of the presentations today will highlight, what is happening on the ground and what we need to do going forward by Andre. Andre Fessler will do that presentation. And also spatial fragmentation is still a challenge. And this is one area that I'm not sure how we should resolve. I mean, as part of the work that we're doing in the grant, we're working quite closely with National Treasury and the City Support Program. And within the grant framework, municipalities were then required to develop what we called build environment performance plans, where basically they would look at those maximizing mixed land use and having those transit corridor developments put in place, and also building within the IPTN corridors. And despite having these plans, somehow we're still not finding traction, and we're not seeing any practical implementation. And then also there's poor infrastructure management. Municipalities will budget for maintenance, but there's just no will or capacity to make sure that what they've built is looked after and it is maintained. This has negatively impacted the perception or the brand of IPTNs. I mean, there have been a number of newspaper articles, some of them we've contributed to, where we've been asked to respond to questions, you know, and it's just impacts negatively. And I think if you look at the slide, it just highlights like the lack of public transportation integration is undermining service delivery, that up to now we still have not effectively integrated the minibus taxi mode into IPTNs. I mean, we do have success stories. I mean, George is such, and they will share that. And also Rustenburg will also highlight some of the success stories and also developments that we're making there. So we're not there yet, but there is some movement. I think we need to have done more, but hopefully going forward we will do more. We've spent a lot of money in some of the IPTNs like you go Durban, and it's still not operational. You have Johannesburg's Piotrans system, you know, having challenges, you know, the VOC not being able, after 12 years, they're still not at a position to actually, you know, run a service. And so those are some of the challenges that we're looking at, and we're seeing how going forward, we must be changing the model. And then you also have the biggest issue, I mean, on the right side, where I've highlighted where there's corruption, there's just blatant corruption and milking basically the grant. And so we've done a number of forensic investigations, and we will continue to do these. And it was quite interesting. I was attending Exco, and the DG basically said, you know, IPTN seems to be like the grant only, you know, the grant is transferred and then you investigate, you know, so that's the perception. And whereas that's not true, we transfer, we monitor, and then, you know, when now we then realize that money is not being spent properly, we then request that there must be investigations. So all these within the space that we're operating in, you know, are impacting the program. Despite the challenges, some progress has been made over the last decade. We're just highlighting here the different IPTN systems that are operational, like you have your Go George. They've now expanded to Thembalethu. I think this is their phase 4. And they've also done an economic survey that they will share with us today. Basically, that has measured the impact, the positive, you know, outcomes of this program, you know, for the residents in George. Arieng has also launched, and they will be introducing one of the biggest services. And the big one here is going to Mamelodi. That's their line 2B. No, it's not line 2B. I can't remember. I think it's one of the lines, line 3, going to Mamelodi. And the big thing with this service is that it will be a PTOC service, where now you have an IPTN integrated with a PTOC service. Ekurhuleni has also launched. They are operating between Tembisa and Kempton Park, Rhodesfield, OR Tambo, as well as Bartlett. And then my city has introduced the first contraflow for exclusive public transport use this year. And Rustenburg also has successfully contracted MBTs into their IPTN, also piloting an ABT system. And the Mangaung recently launched this month, actually, I think on the 15th of July, after several years of not being able to launch. And now they're operating a 9-bus service, and it's more an inner city distribution service. And there is immense opportunity to continue making meaningful change. I mean, in Arieng, we're looking at connecting Mamelodi Township to Tshwane Metro. I mean, this is one of the areas for cabinet, where they kept on saying we need to see IPTNs going into townships, and so Arieng is going to be one of those that now are going to be integrating a PTOC contract. And my city as well, their phase 2A will be one of the biggest in Africa, we are told. They're going into the Metro Southeast. And also with Cape Town, through the BFI, they've been allocated about 7 billion to build infrastructure. And then we have Rea Vaya as well, about to launch their phase 1C. It has been delayed due to availability of buses, but also what we're exploring going into the future is electric buses. And Cape Town will be one of the initial cities that will be adopting alternative energy buses as part of the My City service. So as a department, we remain committed to making sure that we progress public transport, because we recognize that the majority of South Africans rely on it. So how do we implement faster and better? And these are just 3 areas that we've highlighted, but there are other areas as part of the review. From an institutional and framework reform, the big thing really for DOT is that we need a capacitated DOT that can play a much more stronger oversight, guidance, and interventionist role. You know, the interventionist part, the president is the one who's saying you need to be interventionist. If a city municipality doesn't have capacity and they can't do anything, as national, you must step in. And in our instance, the NLTA enables us to do that, enables the minister to do that, that if the province fails to capacitate the municipality, national must then step in, and minister can then also even give directives. We must also increase the incentive-based portion of the grant. We're already doing that. Actually, yesterday we were in discussions. We will be engaging with Treasury because some of those reforms that we are introducing of increasing the incentive portion in the grant have been introduced within the grant framework, and that will be implemented incrementally over the next 3 years. We must also make sure that there is alignment of priorities, budgets, and implementation strategy to make sure that there is delivery of integrated public transport services. And we will be insisting on better performance from all role players going forward. And that lastly, I just want to remove this. Oh, yes. And then we want municipalities to utilize the grant, you know, better, to make sure that the grant is utilized to capacitate them, because currently the grant framework does allow cities to procure capacity, but it's just not being utilized properly. And then from an improved operations management, we need to look at making sure that contracts are tightly managed. The VOCAs that municipalities, what we call a VOCA, it's a vehicle operating company agreement, need to be better stress tested, and that we also must get value for money from these contracts. We need to see cities enhancing revenue streams. And also we need to see cities reducing operational costs and maximizing efficiencies and looking at how they rationalize and optimize their services. We're moving away from interim and indefinite VOCs. I mean, 2 of our cities had that, and these VOCs have been in existence beyond 5 years. And that has created challenges for us, because now the taxi industry believes that that's the way to go, that before they enter into a 12-year contract, they must be given these interim contracts. And so we are saying we cannot continue in that trajectory. Lastly, around better planning and different thinking, We have to make sure that the spirit of the strategy and the NLTA is that public transport must operate in an integrated manner. And this must cover integration with rail, with buses, your conventional bus services, or whether it be PTOC or your Metro bus or Tshwane bus services, and the minibus taxi industry. And this also requires us to think innovatively about how to integrate the minibus taxi industry or the paratransit. And we always are looking for different opportunities from municipalities to showcase, what they're coming up with. I think from our side, what we don't want is just not to incentivize the industry by, I think a colleague of mine always says, we cannot be seen to be basically giving money to a fish to swim in water, for example. They must do what they are supposed to do good. And we shouldn't be just paying them to do that. And I think with some of the models that have come forward, that has been the challenge, where we're paying piece money to the industry. And as NDOT, we're saying we can't do that. We must be paying for a service. And also then, therefore, going forward, we must also look at making sure that municipalities are effective in maintaining their infrastructure, also making sure that we develop integrated maintenance strategy and plans. Municipalities need to move to a point where when they develop these plans, they, collect credible data and that their data is also reliable, because what we have seen, the overestimation of demand has created challenges for us. We have to move away from mode-specific solutions to integrated and output-driven approach. And lastly, we must implement a differentiated approach. And basically, we recognize that municipalities are different. Municipalities are different in terms of size. What may work in Cape Town may not necessarily work in George because of the size of the municipality. And I think that's why when you look at it now, George has got a high quality bus system and Cape Town has got a BRT and also has got a quality bus service in some areas. And also in their phase 2A, they will be looking at that. So I think we just need to make sure that this is entrenched and that the suite of the IPTN service offerings that the department has is also implemented across all municipalities. Okay, now in 2024-25 MTF cycle, we're just coming out of a very intense 3-day session with municipalities. And so what we want to do is to make sure that we continue with municipalities. And basically, the message to municipalities is it cannot be business as usual. Something has to turn. As I indicated earlier on, we are revising the grant framework. We're introducing an incentive portion where we are moving from 5% to 45%. And basically, we're saying to municipalities, you need to perform. And if you perform better, you will then be incentivized. We're improving our technical support and monitoring of municipalities. As I said, we have brought in Pegasus to assist us with that. We're also creating opportunities for peer-to-peer learning with municipalities. And also developing knowledge products and guidelines to make sure that municipalities don't repeat the same thing. I mean, if a city has already developed, done a feasibility study, why, should another city do the same feasibility study, for example, in when we were at the session on the use of electric buses. So, I mean, if one city has already done that, let that information be then available to all municipalities rather than another city deciding that they're going to do that. We are also developing different guidelines, and other guidelines were developed as well already, and it's just making sure that municipalities have access to these. We are also investigating thresholds. I mean, one of the biggest things that we're seeing is like just within the compensation and industry transition space, you have taxi advisors that are milking the grant. And in some instances, they are actually working with city officials. And so we've come to a point where we've decided that we must then start to set thresholds. We'll say, if we're going to appoint a taxi advisor across, cities, it's going to be either it's 5 million or 2 million or up to, and even then, even set conditions that payment must only just happen when certain outputs are met. That it's not just going to be a free for all. And these thresholds are basically going to be targeting all, high expenditure items as we've listed them there. And we're also investigating transversal contracts with National Treasury. Okay, so I think this is the last slide, and I just want to say thank you for listening in on the presentation. Over to you, Harry.
Thank you so much, Kiwi. That was a great presentation, and clearly such a intensive job you guys are doing in a challenging world we live in. So thank you very much for this great presentation. We really appreciate that. Ladies and gents, we do have, I see already I have hands up there. So ladies and gents, there's a 5 minutes or so opportunity to ask questions to Kiwi. How we do that is you can either use on your screen at the bottom more, and you use reactions, and you can raise your hand, or you can unmute yourself, and then once recognized, you can ask your question. So I see we've got Jesse Harbour. You're welcome to unmute and ask your question.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Kiwi, for the presentation and letting us know the department's thinking. I appreciate the laying out of the problems, and I think some of the solutions, broadly those solutions or those approaches make a lot of sense. But if I could just take off my municipal hat for a moment, I was until quite recently a scholar of BRT implementation in South Africa, or IPTN implementation. And so drawing on that, one of the things we know about rolling out large transport projects, particularly for the first time, is that the need for local experimentation in policy space. That, I think, comes through your discussion about a differentiated approach. But I'm not sure that that is obviously compatible with the DOT taking a more interventionist approach, at least in the way it has historically. Absolutely, the DOT must step in when there's a problem. Absolutely, when a problem is visibly approaching, like that is a moment to intervene. But what's historically happened is there have been very tight grant restrictions put on in a way that's simply incompatible with taking a locally differentiated approach, responding closely to local conditions. And I note that you pointed out unrealistic plans and infrastructure over-design, and that was a direct response, in fact, to grant requirements earlier in the program. Several cities were saying, well, some of this we could be doing this cheaper, or this isn't quite the right solution. And several cities, I believe, are still saying versions of that. And so the question is, if we are increasing the incentive portion of the grant, which is welcome news, because that, I think, will create space for cities to experiment, is that going to be accompanied with giving cities much more flexibility up front to propose locally differentiated solutions, to work within parameters, but otherwise to build their own approach that they think will best meet the goals and therefore earn the incentives? Because it seems to me that if we're just adding incentives onto a tightly regulated upfront approach, then the incentives will simply have no force, and is also counterproductive to funding certainty, which of course is really important for the ongoing rollout of the program over many years or decades, which this was always going to be.
Thank you, JC. Kibi, you welcome to answer, or do you want to take another question first?
Let me take the other two questions and then I'll answer. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Susan Holmes, you're welcome to ask your question.
Good morning, Mrs. Manana. I represent Shonequip Social Enterprises, and they manufacture mobility devices for people with disabilities. And we also represent service providers which use our off-road devices to provide transport for people from home to road access where they can reach public transport. My question is, there was mention of taxi advisors for cities. Are there any non-motorized transport first last mile advisors that we can connect with for regarding integrated public transport planning?
Thank you, Susan. All right. And we have got Andrew Barker on. Andrew, you're welcome to unmute to ask your question.
Thanks, Harry, and thanks very much for the presentation, Kibi. I'd like to make two points. The first is the whole question of city spatial structure. We have got massive declining areas within our cities, and yet we have authorities and private developers doing greenfield development out on the periphery. And I think one of the big focus areas is a complete rethink in our city planning. I know it's in policies and plans and goodness knows what else, but we're not implementing the upgrading of our brownfield areas. We have infrastructure there. It is declining. We cannot afford to expand our systems because we can't afford to look after what we've got. And I think here's an ideal opportunity with transportation, water, sewage services, everything else, to actually upgrade these areas and provide for greater densification and improved transportation without expanding our networks. And to me, this must be a major strategic focus of our urban development areas and must come through from the national level to actually promote this in a bigger way. I think the other side of that is that cities are dynamic, and we're laying down massive physical fixed infrastructure, which is actually a waste of money. And I think Rea Vaya is a very good example of that, where they put huge amount of money into infrastructure, which is just not serving anything now. People have moved away from these areas. We need to revitalize these areas and get them active again. The other side is the not ignoring, but not recognizing the potential of the taxi industry. Our minibus taxi industry, and I've been working with them 20 odd years, has got massive potential, which is not being realized by the state, either national, provincial, or local. If we invested the billions that we do in other infrastructure into our taxi industry, what could it give us? And I believe that's something that needs to be carefully, strategically investigated. I know there are problems in the taxi industry, but if we don't give them the recognition, don't allow them to develop, don't allow them to become a major part of our system, which has worked incredibly well despite their informality and problems. Imagine what they could deliver if they were properly looked after and developed. Thanks.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Susan. Kibi, welcome to answer.
Okay, thank you for the questions. Some of them are questions and some, we'll take as comments. So I think the first one around local conditions of, whether we're not allowing for local conditions. So we must just indicate that currently, if you look at the grant framework, it doesn't have BRT in it. It says IPTNs. And I think people have confused IPTNs with BRTs. If you go and you look at the public transport strategy, it said IPTNs, it's rail, it's BRTs, and it's quality bus services now with the IPTN guideline that we've developed, where we basically are saying, within the IPTN, you've got different service offerings, and the rail plays a role as the rail mode as the backbone mode. You then have BRTs, you have quality bus services, you have conventional bus services, you have the taxi industry being part of the multimodal framework. So I think in terms of what we have now, there is that allowance for cities to come forward and present to us what they deem necessary and that what they think will work in their spaces. And so the grant framework allows for that. There is flexibility, so we've opened up for municipalities to do that. And I think today's, the two presentations that we're going to consider today are an example of that, that you will hear from Rustenburg what they are doing with the minibus taxi industry. We also believe that in most instances, cities have got an opportunity to present to us. It's almost like a bottom-up approach. So we're very flexible. Let me put it like that. If you come to us and you have a business plan, you can indicate how whatever you want to do is in line with your IPTN program. We don't say no. I think what we, in most instances, say no to is just cities coming up with a program. They say, we want you to fund this, and you have not even tested it. You've not submitted, you've not done a proper plan for it, for us to see how it becomes part of the IPTN program. And we've basically said to most cities, go back and come up with a plan, or go pilot it and come back and tell us what the benefits are, and we will consider it, because there is an opportunity for us to see how then we include such programs. And I mean, one of the outcomes from the review is, as a department, we will be developing what we call a minibus taxi suite of offerings, where we look at different offerings, and we recognize that with the taxi industry, formalization is the first step. And then we need to identify what then should be the next step, because we've learned that sometimes the taxi industry, taking them from being an informal industry to a formal in the sense of being part of a vehicle operating company and then operating bus services, is too much of a big step, for them to take. So we're flexible. So that's all I can say. And the grant conditions are not too strict, and I think every year we review them. And municipalities, in some instances, we've had municipalities sponsor for certain conditions to be added or review of certain conditions. So we're always willing to see how we can then accommodate them. I think going forward, what is important that we need to make sure is that cities need to go where the taxi industry is. And I think the IPTN program offers that opportunity for us to then transform the taxi industry. What they've done, they've not gone to where the taxi industry is. And it's only now, like with the programs, with the routes that will be brought on board, for example, in Cape Town, going to the Metro Southeast and as well as Rea Vaya, going to Alex. We are going to, and those areas largely are, minibus taxi industry dominated. And so there are opportunities, and cities are exploring all kinds of models. For example, in Cape Town, they're exploring looking at subcontracting to the taxi industry and running a different model for field services. So I think we're giving city space to explore and come to us and present to us a model that will work, and we will be the first ones to actually promote that model. Universal access, I think maybe we must just clarify the taxi advisors that we were referring to as part of transforming the taxi industry, the taxi industry then can appoint taxi advisors who then assist them and also negotiate or give them support in negotiations with municipalities. And those are the type of taxi advisors that I'm talking about. So I'm not sure, whether I'm answering your question, Susan. If not, then maybe you can clarify further so that I can understand what you are saying. But also, as a service provider, at a municipal level, we encourage municipalities to engage with organizations of people with disabilities as part of the passenger forum, so that they fully understand the needs that are on the ground. And so there is that platform available, and I'm not sure if that assists in also responding to your question. I think this issue around spatial structure. So initially, IPTNs, within government, they had these programs and SIPs, the strategic infrastructure programs, and the IPTN program was part of SIP 7, if I remember well. And basically, SIP 7 was seen as a flagship to transform urban spaces. So I think you are right that we, as government, we are good at coming up with policies, plans, and programs, but basically making sure that that translate into something practical on the ground. That's where we are lacking. And I think in my earlier comments, that's what I said. Treasury runs these community functional sessions where ourselves as transport, human settlement, COCTA, that department that's responsible for SPLUMA, we all sit there and we all then share our plans, but then the first thing that happens is when we leave that meeting, we all do whatever we want to do. We don't even talk to each other. So, and I think it's one area that I'm not sure how we resolve, going forward. And I do agree that we need to find a way to rethink how we implement these programs, so that we just don't build infrastructure where it's not required. And I think that lesson is there now going forward to make sure that municipalities, if for example, they have to rather build temporary infrastructure first before they build new infrastructure, that's what they must do. You have the ISUDF from COCTA, and it's very clear, what we must do, but somehow it's just not translating, into practical action on the ground. And I think also a critical consideration is that the potential of the taxi industry being part of the system. I think municipalities need to be geared up to really implement the NLTA. And this is where I think the start the starting point is. NLTA requires municipalities to make sure that they plan, to make sure that they regulate the taxi industry. There's rationalization. So all those things that are within the NLTA must be implemented. And what we're finding is municipalities are just not doing that. And therefore, even though we may come at a secondary level with the IPTN program, if a city is still not geared up to regulate the industry, to make sure that there is enforcement, that bylaws are enforced, then, I mean, you look at what's happening, and I think in Tshwane, for example, you will see taxis are everywhere. And for me, it's it's not only just Tshwane. You go to Joburg, you find that that's a problem. We go to, you find that that's a problem. And I think that's where the problem is as well. That until we implement what is in the NLTA, we make sure that when we bring in programs of transforming the industry, the city is implementing the NLTA. I think we will start to have progress in that instance, and we will see transformation taking place. I don't think that we, as a department, we are totally against the taxi industry. I mean, we work closely with our public transport industry development program because that they are looking at the taxi recap program. They're looking at formalization of the taxi industry. And we believe that that's where we need to start. And when that is done, then you're able to then include the taxi industry into these IPTNs. And I think some of the programs that have been undertaken where it has been demonstrated that, as you said, they've got a role to play, not only just as feeders. In some instances where, operating a bus may not be the most efficient way, taxi industry offers, opportunity with bigger vehicles, of course, to operate those services at a much more cheaper price or cost. So I think as a department, we are open, to such models, and we look forward to we work with municipalities to make sure that they then submit those to us, as long as they are it can be demonstrated how they will be part of an IPTN and how they will contribute to an IPTN, and there's also a business plan in place.
Kibi, thank you very much. I'm interrupting here because we're badly running out of time. Could I ask, I also message Timothy, whose hand is up, to kindly post his question in the chat room. Kibi, would you kindly have a look? There are three interesting questions: Tula Roon, Etienne Holzhausen, and Karabo Rakau. If you can kindly see if you can answer those questions in the chat room. And then also Timothy might also post his question there. Is that fine with you?
That's fine. So I should basically respond in writing in the chat room.
Please, if you can, appreciate that.
Okay,
Otherwise, we can give you later on opportunity to other questions, answer sessions to answer, but let's see how it goes. Thank you very much, Kibi. We really appreciate that. And thanks to Kibi for a great presentation as well. So, ladies and gents, getting back to our program, our next presenter then today is Mr. James Robb. He's the Public Transport Oversight Official from George Municipality. He's going to talk about the approach to achieving citywide impact, learnings from George. Thank you very much, James.
Morning, Harry. Morning to everyone on the platform. Thanks so much for having us. Harry, if I could just ask as we go, we have had several network outages in the last day or two, so if I do start disappearing, if you could please just give me a shout.
Will do.
And then if you could just let me know when we are sharing. I'll get there now.
Perfect.
Great. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks very much. I was tempted to start changing the topic of the presentation given the conversation, but I'm going to stick to the topic we've been given. I think I'm going to try and do justice in a very short period of time to try and wrap 14 years into, or even longer into, just shy of 30 minutes is always a challenge, but I think we'll get stuck straight in. So, Harry, if you can just let me know if it's changing.
Yes, it is.
Great. So I think just to sketch a bit of context before we start. So I think, as Kibi mentioned, it was actually a great introduction. Thanks, Kibi. Is where our IPTN, the George Integrated Public Transport Network, is an intergovernmental initiative in the case of George Municipality, together with the Western Cape Department of Mobility. And as Kibi had said, only part of the IPTN is really our scheduled bus service. It's not the full IPTN. Our Go George bus service is just a component of our IPTN. But really, that was the first component we wanted to focus on, and it was really to see how we bring to George a scheduled, reliable, safe, affordable, and also universally accessible system. And I think most importantly, we really wanted to focus on sort of a meaningful inclusion and transformation of our local paratransit, minibus and small bus operator industry. And our approach was to go with a fully owned sort of VOC company. And then just obviously this year we're celebrating a decade of service to George, which we're exceptionally proud of. Just to give a snapshot of where we're at, today our VOC employ over 400 staff. We run services from 4 a.m. to 8 p.m. We have sort of a maximum average of just over 20,000 weekday passenger trips. And yeah, we have 133 buses in our fleet, sort of 3 different classes, different sizes of buses. And at this stage, we're operating a 100% smart card system. So that just gives the colleagues just a bit of a context of what we're talking about. But I think, you know, when we set out to do this, part of how we got to this IPTN is in 2011 we looked at the state of public transport in George, and before that even actually as far back as 2004. And the big thing for us was what was the state of public transport. So George had no formal scheduled bus service. At that stage, existing public transport was really expensive and non-integrated. There wasn't full coverage. In actual fact, the majority of our commuters were walking on average almost 4 kilometers, and that was one way to various to destinations, origins, obviously exposed to the elements. And at that stage, George had one of the highest pedestrian fatality rates. You can even see on the mode share split there, only 24% of commuters at that stage using public transport, and the decision was made that something had to be done, and that really was the birth of our IPTN. As I said, you know, we've gone from that non-integrated, non-scheduled kind of transport system to today having a dedicated fleet of buses at regular intervals. We have fares that are benchmarked to affordability levels for pro-poor. We have a comprehensive network of routes that now interact with one another and transact with one another. We have a focus on infrastructure upgrades, and I mean that's a conversation on its own. I know that came up earlier, but we start with the infrastructure light approach. That's our policy, and to slowly develop infrastructure over 4 stages as services mature and funding becomes available. We obviously have our ITS and AFC systems to enable us to look at optimization, schedule adherence, and then obviously automated revenue collection. So I think one of the main 2 topics today is around our partnering with the industry, and that's something that I personally am very passionate about. And as I said earlier, our real main focus was looking at inclusion and transformation, and that was really to bring all our operators together in a unified VOC. We were quite fortunate in Georgia that we were only dealing with 4 entities, and at that stage, almost 99% of the operators indicated a willingness to engage with government. So ultimately, this is in the form of a negotiated gross contract as per the NLTA, and this is with industry to operate the scheduled bus service for the 12-year period, as per the NLTA. I think this is where I want to pause for a moment, and for us as government, we asked ourselves a question: what were the key objectives we wanted out of this partnership with industry? And I think for me, this is a very important slide. The first thing we wanted to ensure was that our industry received a fair valuation for their operating licenses and fair compensation, looking at the value of the historical value of their business and the future value of their business. We really wanted to try and provide a sustainable future for what was essentially overtraded minibus taxi routes. We saw a massive gap for career path and upskilling development opportunities for the individuals in the industry. Also really wanting to create long-term asset ownership and possible investment opportunity for our industry. We really wanted to see a full shareholder participation from our industry members. We really desired that the industry expands its business outside of just this negotiated government contract. And ultimately that employment priorities were for affected persons coming outside of the industry. So I think these were the objectives that we went into the initial negotiations, discussions with our industry. We went to them with these objectives and wanting to see this realized. Ultimately, all the eligible operators in George, out of those 4 entities, were given 3 options essentially. Firstly was to exit the industry and obtain a once-off lump sum payment. Secondly, they could remain in, they could actually buy into this VOC, or some of us call them VOC, some of us call them BOCAs, whatever the case may be. But to essentially receive shareholding in the VOC, earning dividends from our bus operations. And the third option was to do nothing but to continue operating your public transport service in competition with the Go George bus service. Where you chose to exit or to, so in other words, to buy out or buy into this system, obviously there were training opportunities and, as I said earlier, prioritized employment opportunities. So ultimately, all our industry players made that choice to either buy in or buy out or compete, and this led to the establishment of a private company, which we really are proud to say is wholly owned by the members of the George minibus taxi and the small bus operator. Currently, there are 142 shareholders with a total of 219 shares. And this really means for those of our industry members to start seeing employee benefits. Through this company, we have standardized financial and governance controls. And there's also job opportunities that have improved job security, pension benefits, leave benefits, opportunities for career pathing and skills development. This is a very long, very detailed slide, and I don't particularly want to go into it in too much detail, but I think the one thing I do want to just highlight is along the top here. Can't get the laser pointer to work at this stage, but apologies. Along the top row there, just while I'm getting back to that slide, from 2004 to 2014 was the period that it took us to get going. In 2004, we started with our first presentations and announcements to the industry. And from our perspective, it was a slow and steady journey. It needed to be slow. I'll go into that in a little bit, but it wasn't a quick win, rush through this, jump through all the hoops, and I think that's testament to the various objectives that we set for ourselves. We really wanted to honor those objectives, and it was a lengthy process. I think it has paid off in the sense of the success story we believe we have today. But it's not a quick win. It's not a fast journey to build a relationship and to partner. And I think that for us is the key difference. This is not just a transaction. It's actually a journey in partnership. So really, as I said on my heading there, it was really a journey of trust and respect. And anybody who's dealt with the minibus taxi industry before will know that it's not easy. There were obviously challenges we had getting started. Firstly, just getting started was the major challenge, to actually get people to come and sit and listen to us. Start to build that relationship of trust and respect. There is general mistrust in the industry in general towards government, and of course resistance to change, both from the industry and from the public. there was also a lack of appreciation of what quality public transport is. So government was asking industry to come along and see how they could partner to provide quality public transport. But if you don't understand what quality public transport means, we really saw a slow uptake in ownership around this concept. As Kibi had mentioned earlier, unfortunately, intra-association conflicts do cause delays as well. And I think certain parts of the negotiations were challenging, especially significant changes to current practices with the industry. They'd be used to doing something in one way, and here comes government with a whole new idea. It needed time to settle. And I think something we always had to remind ourselves, and we continue having to remind ourselves, is that industry never approached government. Industry was happy to continue operating. Government came along and said to industry, please come and sit around the table with us, trust us, walk a road with us. And this was a government-led initiative. It was never upfront an industry-led initiative. So how did we respond to these challenges? The first and foremost was negotiating respectfully in good faith. I think nothing can replace that. As I said earlier, slow and deliberate discussions. Every time there was a new concept on the table, explaining it carefully in detail. Sometimes we would see ourselves sitting 3 times in 1 week for hours at an end, just debating one concept, such as insurance premiums or fleet ownership, which took weeks and not days. So we didn't want to rush. If there was a complicated or complex, detailed topic, we made sure to take time to go through it in detail. We were also careful to introduce new team members. So as we built the trust, as we built the respect with the industry, to just arrive at a new meeting with a new face, someone they don't necessarily know or trust, that could also upset the apple cart. And then also not expecting immediate responses. So once we'd introduced a new topic or we discussed a really thorny issue, was to allow industry to go back, to allow those representatives in our discussions to go back to their constituents, take the whole concept, the possible decisions back to their constituents, allow them to caucus in their own groups and to come back at a later stage. So not pushing for, not trying to put the industry under pressure for an immediate response where they felt a need to engage outside. Open and honest communication, and that still rings true past negotiations to today, is not allowing gatekeeping of information and continued engagements. And I think just fostering a cooperative environment amongst the operators. And really key here is accepting industry's experience, their expertise, their knowledge of the local public transport space. And I think very often we come in as government with this great plan we've been talking about this morning, and we just want to implement our plan. But as one of the previous speakers said, there's actually amazing expertise, there's amazing experience, and it's about how we harness that into our plan for a successful relationship. I don't want to spend too much time on this, but just to give the colleagues an idea, I mean, we had various meetings, we had various processes. You can see there in excess of 35 meetings, just introductory meetings. We had over 15 steering committees, excess of 30 negotiation meetings. We had a whole contractual process we followed with the operators, where we first signed an overall compensation agreement. Then the individual operators had to commit to the process, and we did a skills audit with those operators. Then we signed individual compensation agreements with the operators. So we really went through a very lengthy process. And again, it was small steps in building that trust and that relationship. Just a couple of lessons learned around how we journeyed. We made sure, obviously, in terms of our meeting formats, that we had things like translation services, an independent chairperson, to really just respect that space. The 2 things I would like to just, or 3 things I'd like to touch on the slide is firstly advisors. I think it's one of the key things we did as government was to make sure that our industry had access to advisors. They got to participate in selecting these advisors, and these advisors walked the road with them right through negotiation and even into implementation of their VOC. And that was really important. You know, again, as government, we can often use big words and fancy terminology, and you have an industry sitting across the table that doesn't necessarily understand what you're talking about. So we really wanted our industry to feel empowered, to be able to have access to those advisors to help them walk this journey. The second thing I just wanted to note was around compensation. That was another key differentiator we put in place. And Before any operator signed an agreement with us, we provided them a once-off lump sum cash payment that the operator could actually go and obtain tax, financial, legal advice to make sure is the decision they're making to either participate in this company or compete against this company or whatever, is it in the best interest of them and their business? And then the third thing I just wanted to highlight was our affected persons register. So we created a register with each operator of the various persons in their business that were affected. And depending on choices made, there were different categories, etc. But it really allowed that those directly affected by us pulling that taxi and that operating license off the road and converting them into the company, that those individuals would have first priority in terms of employment opportunities. So what do we have today in terms of our industry? You know, everything I've said there was sort of as I said, more than a 10-year journey. But today we believe we have a success story in terms of we have a developing industry. We have an industry that's formalized a training program. There's different elements of training that happen on a continual basis. There's driver training, operations and maintenance training, board and management training. So there's our VOC, our industry have understood the value of that, and they've actually continued to perpetuate that culture of development. We also see a sustainable industry. We believe we are very fortunate that we have a committed hands-on management of our taxi industry, hands-on board involvement. The board of directors all come out of the industry. They're all involved in the company on a daily basis. They encourage active shareholder participation in the VOC. Our VOC, our industry are undertaking initiatives for themselves. So what our VOC have done as an example is they've built a computer training center on the VOC premises, and they allow all shareholders in the company to come and do free computer training to help them improve their skills, to apply for jobs online, do CVs, how to access basic services online. So there's a next level of empowerment that's also starting to happen in development through the industry for themselves. We're seeing our industry come up with their own cost reduction and profit maximization projects. They've done projects at their depot, for instance, rainwater harvesting systems, fuel management systems to try and reduce costs, improve efficiencies, and actually maximize their profits. We've even seen our VOC traveling around the country, assisting other VOCs, advising other VOCs, helping other VOCs. So that's been really something fantastic to witness and again to bear witness to the effort I think we put into our negotiation process. We're seeing our VOC achieving great operational results. We're having in excess of 99% of our scheduled trips operated, and 99% route adherence. And as I said, encouraging shareholder involvement, our VOC are managing to declare healthy shareholder returns, healthy dividends on a regular basis. So we really have a fantastic ecosystem that is developing there. Then in terms of an economically empowered industry, you'll recall one of my first slides, I said one of the objectives was to see asset ownership. And again, today we're proud to say that the VOC are now at the place where 22% of the total bus fleet they have purchased themselves off their balance sheet. They're starting to experience the real ownership of assets. We've seen our VOC invest in other business opportunities in the George area. They've even started a sideline entity that does fleet maintenance, and they've managed to secure fleet maintenance work right outside the geographical areas of George. So really, again, from our perspective, really seeing the industry rise up to meet those objectives that we set out for them at the very beginning. So I think, Harry, I probably said a lot around specifically the industry. Many years of work tried to put into those slides, but I do want to just for a second shift focus to the other part of the topic. And that is really how do we evaluate this impact? So we keep believing we have a great success story, but you know, on the back of what is that? So I think it's important to note that over the last few years we have implemented what we now call our annual macro transport socio-economic study. It's quite a mouthful, our MTSES, and this is really to obtain feedback from passengers. Every so often we look at non-users as well, special interest groups, etc. And this is to really determine what is the experience. We're trying to enhance our service quality. We're trying to monitor our impact in terms of value for money, cost, and affordability. And the two areas we really look at is service improvement. So that is direct information around where we can improve, and then our performance metrics. So we have certain KPIs we look at, and that is really related to the overall service offering. So it may be a little bit small on the screen, but in terms of, for instance, an example of this past year's collection surveys, we normally do a sample size of our passengers, so it's around 25 to 30% of our passengers. We looked at around 5,000 to 6,000 passengers, and we did, as I say, direct passenger surveys, and then also special interest groups. So we went to speak to formal, informal business. We went to speak to universal accessibility role players. We went to specifically this year, or in the past year, go talk to town planning. Specifically with the view of how we're doing in terms of that coordination with the MSDF and the spatial development. All right, so essentially, as I said, what we do with the results is to develop an integrated impact and assessment. And there are really four key areas we look at in terms of that. The first is in terms of sustainable deliverability, and that's really looking largely at our industry partnership, our progress there with sustainability, looking at societal integration. How are we serving all those various elements of the community? What is the actual passenger experience? And then lastly, what are the economic impacts of the service that we have introduced? Just to give you a small idea, so since from 2018 up to 2023, we've seen those results skyrocket for us in terms of passenger satisfaction from 75% all the way up to 93%. And you can see in all the elements, again, they're quite small on there, but the key reasons for satisfaction from accessibility right through to safety, to the skill of drivers, affordability of the service, how quickly we're able to solve problems with our smart cards or our fare management system, proximity to stops and shelters, friendliness, antisocial criminal behavior of fellow passengers, and punctuality. Those are some of the key factors we measure, but there are very many more, and we are really, really excited to see that we're seeing improvements. And I think it's largely as a direct result of this process where we are continually reviewing and trying to improve. Just a couple of highlights of, again, some results out of the survey, specifically around accessibility. You can see there around bus stop accessibility, 100% score there, a 94% response rate in terms of on-bus accessibility. Unfortunately, with our infrastructure light approach and not a massive investment in terms of infrastructure there is a much lower pathway accessibility to the bus stops, and that's something we really are wanting to start focusing on. And then in terms of our independent vendor premises, so that's third-party businesses, etc., 86% score there. In terms of accessibility to closest bus stop, sort of between 87 and 94% of people saying they believe they're close enough from their origin or destination to the nearest bus stop. 83% perception in terms of on-time performance. And then really some nice questions as well. Does Go George make a positive contribution to your neighborhood? 85% of respondents scoring that positively. Has your business benefited from the introduction of Go George? Over 80% positive response there. Then in terms of the impact on the George economy, just to give an idea, really exciting. We've Go George adds one job for every 98 formal jobs in George. We've seen between 38 and 57 million go back into our passengers' pockets through our 1 hour free transfer policies. So in the past, where they'd have to catch 2 minibus taxis or two modes of transport to get from origin to destination, they can now have an hour free transfer between the different routes on the network, and that's a direct cost saving back into passengers' pockets. And just in terms of our creditors' payments from the municipality around this project, more than 1.5% of the local George economy is coming just from this project. So, really exciting for us. We now have 153 outlets of vendors, and these are private businesses, third-party vendors that supplement their income or derive their full income from selling transit products on our smart card system. Right now, the outside, we have a couple of kiosks manned by the municipality. That's outside of the 153 outlets, but just those 153 third-party outlets are generating close to 70% of our revenue, and our vendors are earning over 6.5 million annually in commission. So these are the kind of things that we really want to know. We want to understand what is the impact. If it's not making the meaningful impact, what do we need to change? Where do we need to go and change it? And I think that's really just the last slide, essentially, is what do we do with this? So it's great to have fantastic pictures and really exciting green arrows and not too many red arrows, and we can pat ourselves on the back and feel good about it. But what do we do with these results? And so we do have a process that we've implemented for specifically operational quality improvements. So firstly, what we do is once we've gathered all this sample survey data, we do have a peer review of all the results with industry experts. Then we actually workshop these results with our IPTN management, and that includes our VOC. And then we also take out of that results and recommendations that we workshop with all the work streams. So as an example, if we see a score is down on people's satisfaction with our call center, we will take that to our communications team and see why is that happening, what can we improve. We also compare the results from the survey with our complaint system. What we have found is they don't always align. Where the results aren't aligned, so sometimes if we haven't received complaints on something, but it's coming through as a complaint on the survey, we'll go and check the survey results for inconsistencies. Sometimes we'll have to go do further surveys to try and understand what is the real issue. And sometimes we have to change the survey question. Sometimes just the way you ask a question or the way the interviewer asks the questions is not necessarily accurate. And so we also have to be open to amending and improving our survey as we go. And where they are aligned, we obviously look for other feedback in the survey. So there are multiple questions. There are over 300 questions in our entire survey, obviously not all for one respondent. We try not to keep them more than a few minutes, but really trying to cover a broad area. We'll then obviously compile a solutions framework, and that gives us a whole bunch of actions that we monitor from month to month. But I think in a nutshell, what we're trying to do is to see wherever we can improve, what are those gaps, and how do we close those gaps effectively. So I think, Harry, just in a nutshell from our side, lessons learned around industry transition, just to come back to that, is, it was sort of touched on, I think, in some of the questions even, is a sustainable negotiated contract. And that's really, we need to make sure that there are fair, clear agreements, that they really promote stability, financial viability between government and the industry. Around stakeholder engagement, to again, as one of the previous the speakers spoke about, was to those insiders with a deep industry understanding, make sure that management skill is in your VOC and leveraging their expertise, making sure we're having those advisors. Around unity and collaboration, really doing everything we can as government to promote, and industry actually, to promote industry associations and stakeholders to have unity amongst them, trying as far as possible to avoid and not contribute as well, which sometimes government can do, is contribute to those internal conflicts. And then, as I say, really a strong investment in comprehensive training programs, doing everything we can to upskill and professionalize the service delivery. In terms of the impact evaluation, in terms of our studies, some of the lessons we've learned there over the years is regular stakeholder feedback. As I said, we do this annual survey, but we also do regular mini surveys, mini assessments, wherever there's a potential issue that we become aware of. We make sure we try and get stakeholder feedback on that as quickly as possible. Continuous refinement, looking at our data on a daily, weekly, monthly basis, seeing where we can refine services. I think that's twofold. Obviously, looking at where we can bring in efficiencies from a cost perspective, but where there's also more responsiveness needed to passenger and community needs. And then I think most importantly is, as the last one, is integration with the community, and that's really to make sure we're identifying the best opportunities to integrate the service into the community, that there's full community ownership, and that the community really sees it as their service for them, because without the community we'd be running empty buses. So ultimately, at the end of the day, the reason we're here is to be able to make sure that the community have access to the services and opportunities that they need. So Harry, that's a lot I've said, probably in quite a short space of time, but thanks so much for the privilege of being able to just give a little snapshot into what we've been doing and what we're about. Yeah, really appreciate it.
James, thank you very much for the privilege for listening to you. You said this is a nutshell. I think it's a very successful nutshell, and definitely clear value proposition, the full circle to all stakeholders, and proper management, proper assessments, proper control. Thank you very much for sharing with us. Ladies and gents, there's opportunity to ask questions for James. So what you can do is you can either raise your hand or you can unmute yourself, and once recognized, you then can ask a question. So let's see whether there are any questions to James. All right, so we've got, let me see if I've got somebody. Doesn't seem to me there are any questions that I can pick up. The guys on YouTube are quiet as well. All right, let's see. Let's give him. There's Jerry. Jerry, Komung, you're welcome to unmute and ask your question, Jerry.
All right. Greetings. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much for the presentation. Very good work. So it is so good that I'm wondering if were you able to do all this with only public funding, or is there some private funding that you use to be able to achieve all of this? Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry.
Thanks. Can I respond to that, Harry?
Thank you, James. You can respond.
Great, Jerry. Thanks so much. Yeah, I mean, I think you've hit a sensitive nail on the head. I think we've been quite clear all along to say, as George municipality, as a B category smaller municipality, we'd never be able to afford all of this on our own, not by a long shot. And I think that's why, from the very beginning, when the model was considered, it was considered as a partnership with the Western Cape government. So we have funding that we receive from the PTNG, from the National Department of Transport grant, but then also massive funding from the Western Cape government, then a rates contribution from the municipality, and obviously the fair revenue. So yeah, I think for us, it's again that situation of it would be too small for us to handle as a small municipality, but if we wanted to do it right with the model that we'd chosen, we made that choice of the model with the VOC because of our collaboration with the province. So I hope that helps you a little bit.
Thank you, James. Any more questions for James?
Hi, good morning.
Yes.
Mine is not a question as such. I just wanted to ask James if there are any opportunities for collaboration and for academic collaboration, like sharing the data for research purposes for like postgrad and undergrad students. Thank you.
Thank you, Hanifa. Let's take another question there. I think it was somebody else's hand was up. No, she's gone.
Sorry, Harry, my hand is still up. It wasn't me that asked the question.
Okay, sorry, Hanifa, you're welcome to ask.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, James, for the presentation. So I'm sorry if I missed it, but a quick question just in terms of the participation of the city in the VOC, the daily operations and the management of the VOC. How in-depth is your, how do I say, do you attend, management meetings, shareholder meetings and things like that? Do they report on a, I don't know, on a monthly basis in terms of the financials and how much does the city get involved with the operations, the day-to-day operations of the VOC? Thanks.
Thank you, Hanifa. James, you can respond.
Thanks, Harry. I see there's also a question in the chat box. Can I just deal with that one as well at the same time?
Yes, please.
Cool. All right. So I think in terms of the academic collaboration, we are quite a small team, but we always welcome any collaboration. The colleagues that have engaged with us know you're always welcome for a visit or to pop an email. So where we can assist with data or certain academic collaborations, we will gladly do so. So I think please, by all means, don't hesitate to reach out. In terms of Hanifa's question, Hanifa, thanks. So I mean, there's certain contractual provisions that we deal with contractually with the VOC on a daily basis. So variations, penalties, where certain staff conduct isn't adhered to, etc. So we have certain processes and certain sort of contractual notifications that will go through. That's really a desktop exercise. Then we have a very involved relationship. We have a formal management meeting once a week. We have a formal penalty hearing scheduled once a week, but only where there are penalties to discuss. We also have a fleet management meeting once a week where our VOC is present, government's present, all the service providers working on the fleet are present. So just at that, we have 3 out of the 5 days where we see each other. And generally, where there is anything that we are not sure of, or let's take an example where we want to optimize a route, ourselves on the VOC will be out on the field 5 a.m., 4 a.m. in the morning, jointly doing a survey or looking at where there are issues, etc. So we have basically a day-to-day relationship with our VOC. We do have certain formal as well, monthly and annual engagements, as well as certain reporting requirements, such as VOC need to submit copies of financial statements, etc., to us. But we have also been, as part of that, I think that journey of respect, we've made sure that our controls are quite tight in terms of reporting and feedback, but not in terms of decision making. We tried to minimize that risk through the provision of advisors that both government and the VOC were happy with. And we really try to respect the fact that they're a private company. They have the right to procure from who they want to make whatever management decisions they need to make. And we leave them alone to run their company as a private company. But as I say, quite tight on engagement and certain reporting, etc., from a governance control perspective. Vim, thanks. Just in terms of your question around how important it is to have institutional capacity at local municipal level, absolutely. And I think that's been one of the key reasons for our collaboration with the province at the stage that we rolled out this model. We actually did a formal Section 78 process with our council, and you know.
James, you are muted.
Sorry. We formally determined that the municipality didn't have the capacity to implement this model and this project on its own, specifically from an institutional support level. It's something we are at the moment actually working quite hard on. The initial years we focused really on getting wheels operational, and that's something now that in actual fact we're just finalizing now a process through our various municipal committees, a restructuring of the municipality's macro structure and a specific sort of microstructure focusing on public transport, So yes, that kind of institutional capacity is essential. Again, we've been quite fortunate that we've been able to lean on our provincial partner who's assisted us on a daily basis. But absolutely critical to have those skills to make sure that you can walk this road. Harry, I'm just trying to see there's additional messages. I don't know if you want me to reply.
James, could you reply there in text in the text room, please?
I will do. I will
Yeah,
do.
I see there's one from Rion Loacher, if you can kindly respond to that. But James, thank you very much for this great engagement and presentation. We really appreciate that. And I don't know if you've got closing comments you want to share.
No, I think just that it's especially in this IPTN space, I think it's not easy. It's not cheap. But that one, I really want to sort of echo where Kibi and the rest of the conversation was going early, to really look at what is a fit for purpose model for your specific, a context specific model for your environment. And I think at the end of the day, to whatever you do, to do it with, for us at least, to do it with two main stays in mind, and that is firstly to see a professionalization and a transformation of our industry in whatever shape or form that may be. It may be in the form of a VOC or another model, and ultimately to make sure that we really are servicing the people in our community who need to get from point A to point B.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, James. We really appreciate you. Have a great day further. Thanks for joining. Thank you.
Thanks.
Ladies and gents, yeah. I see also Kibi's answering questions in the chat room, which is great. Thank you very much, Kibi. Ladies and gents, we're going to take a short break. Let's make it 5 minutes to catch up a little time. So quickly go and grab a coffee. And we'll see you back in 5 minutes' time. So after the break, we've got another great program. So we're going to have Jürgen Kugel, and Mr. Andre Friesler is going to talk to us. So thank you very much. We see you in 5 minutes' time. Thank you, guys. Right, ladies and gents, welcome back. We're going to continue with our event for today, and had quite an exciting morning this far, and we got a very great program for the second part. You can see here we're still talking about the IPTN implementation progress, 25th of July 2024. Our next presenter this afternoon or the morning is Mr. Jürgen Kuhl, and he's a technical director, head of advisory and management, City of Rustenburg. He can talk about the innovative partnerships and incremental implementation learnings from Rustenburg. Thank you very much, Jürgen.
Thank you very much, Harry. Let me just check if I am audible.
Yes, you are.
Thank you very much. And also, thank you very much to everyone. Good morning. Thank you for listening to me. So as Harry mentioned, my name is Jürgen Skiel. I am the head of advisory and management at a company called Capic. We are a consultant to the city of Rustenburg. And I'm going to talk to you about our project and what we had implemented in the space in Rustenburg. The discussion points that I will take you through in my presentation is essentially 4 different topics. The first topic is what we did with regards to transition of the taxi industry, and specifically dealing with compensation of the taxi industry, and then ongoing participation of the taxi industry within that business. Then I'm also going to take you through how we structured integrated public transport in Rustenburg and how we intend to roll that out going forwards. Then I'm going to talk a little bit more about transitional operations and specifically our experience with using minibus taxis in an IPTN. And then I'm going to dwell for a moment on some of the lessons that we've learned, some of the key success factors that we recognize have contributed to where we are today and what our way forward is. So diving into that immediately in terms of taxi industry transition.
Jürgen, sorry to interrupt you. We can't see your slides. You want to share?
Okay, let me just make sure. Okay.
There we go. There we go.
So I'll just jump into the content immediately. So in terms of taxi industry transition, in Rustenburg, we were to an extent quite fortunate that we set up the negotiations to negotiate once with all our mainline taxi associations, and to then negotiate this framework based on then an incremental phased implementation. So we went in and negotiated a deal and the structure behind the deal once, and the deal then also provided for us to roll out the implementation in a phased manner. And the strategy that we implement in Rustenburg is a full clearance strategy. In other words, essentially similar to what James had described, we also have the situation where there is a voluntary exit by the industry, and then there is a choice to prescribe to shareholding in our VOC, which I'll explain a bit more about later. But that the intention then is that so also for entities that remain in the corridor that elect to opt out of the system, that they are allowed, but that process is then managed through the management of operating licenses in the long term. And the intention is that we then want to essentially integrate everyone that is existing within the system, within our operations over the long term. As I said, voluntary exit compensation, but then also with the option to participate going forwards in the integrated public transport network. Together with the voluntary exit compensation, there is a restraint of trade with individual operators. And then what we also did in Rustenburg, which also gives onset to our experience with using minibus taxis in IPTNs, is part of this transaction is that we bought the businesses as going concerns, and the vehicle is also then part of the transaction, including arrangements for settlement of remaining hire purchase on those vehicles. We also offered, as part of compensation, a tax support mechanism, specifically because capital gains tax becomes applicable with regards to compensation for certain of our operators. And then we also have a participation mechanism in what we call an integrated public transport operating company. But that participation is based on shareholding in the business, and then the shares within that business are also bought by the operators. So there is a buy-in requirement. The share capital that is raised is mainly used at presently still for an operational reserve account, which is a requirement under our services agreement. And then as the shareholding in the entity will expand, we anticipate that shareholding will later assist with facilitating the IPTOC to procure some of their own fleet. Together with the shareholding subscription in our agreement, we have also incorporated what we call a patronage incentive. The patronage incentive is basically a performance-based return on share capital, which is linked to the use of the system. The patronage incentive is also part of what we call the corridor protection strategy that we have implemented within our city. If we look at the strategy that we employed, and we then also look at the phased implementation, clearing certain areas, but then applying full clearance of existing operators within those areas, and specifically also then looking at the taxi industry. Rustenburg is no different from other cities in the country, and generally, there is an oversupply of informal transport that we encounter when we start analyzing these corridors. And often it is the situation that the corridors are oversubscribed to the extent that supply is sometimes more than double the demand. And of course, it is very important when you start off with this process to ensure that you clearly understand the surveys and also the inner workings of public transport in the area to make sure that you can properly determine the demand within your corridor. And then also, if you then employ a strategy for compensation and removal and consolidation of existing operators within your corridor, you have to consider the efficiency effects. So that, if you remove supply, that the remaining supply can act to become more efficient, and as a consequence, increase their service offering and also the patronage that they will attract. So really, if you implement a service in a place like Rustenburg, of course, affordability is a very important consideration, and the extent to which you are able to capture the market is critical in terms of your ongoing sustainability, and then also managing your market share over time within the corridor. So really there you need to work with those that come on board with you within your business quite closely, and you also have to make sure that you have the necessary mechanisms in place to protect your market share over the course of your business. So really, one of the other considerations is the prevailing culture, and how the taxi industry is known to people and how it operates. Therefore, one has to consider that if you have competition on the road, how competitive your alternative scheduled and universally accessible system will be. And if you have an informal service that provides higher frequencies, less waiting, picking up people and commuters at the origin and not necessarily at the stop, which you may not have properly placed in your corridor, you are in a competition where you are potentially fighting a losing battle against existing services. So really, market share is extremely important from our perspective, and it's one of the main reasons why we implement the full clearance strategy. So if we look at integrated public transport in moving forwards and what we found on the ground when we started, and what we aspired to and what we still aspire to today, essentially what we found was in Rustenburg was public transport that was largely unregulated, with no integration. Also in the Rustenburg context, we have provincial bus services to a limited extent within the urban areas, but we have provincial bus services that run high floor buses, and we run in the remainder essentially with minibus taxis, so those not being universally accessible. Of course, this is an oversimplification, but these services are not always safe. We're talking about roadworthiness of vehicles. We're talking about driver behavior, those kind of factors. Also, within the corridor, we know that we have a service which is oversupplied due to the nature of the service and due to also the shroud that sort of covers cash-based operations. And then within the municipality itself, when we started, of course, the municipality didn't previously have their own bus services, similar to the situation in George. So a lot of this was new to the municipality, and there was very limited institutional capacity, and also in terms of not only numbers, but also experience within this space. And also for a number of years in Rustenburg, there had been challenges with project delivery. I know that James mentioned that George also took a while to get out of the blocks. I think prior to 2021, there was a lot that happened, and one must consider that a lot of this pre-planning work, engagements with the industry, setting up structures, etc., a lot of that had happened, but there wasn't any wheels turning, and there were challenges with some of the projects that were being delivered, especially on the front of infrastructure. But really, in terms of the goals, I mean, these goals are traded off to an extent, sometimes against each other. But we wanted an affordable system that would be accessible to all, that would provide safety and would be sustainable financially for the municipality as well within the longer term, and also then consider the environmental and social sustainability factors that go together with the broader business case for the project. So we wanted a universally accessible public transport system. One of the key factors that we wanted to drive when we started was the creation of a universal payment platform. And of course, now we're talking about a cashless universal payment platform with the objective that the recordal of transactions together with the recordal of movement, could put us in a position where we could optimize the service and where we could improve the targeted goals that we are intending to work to. So of course, there are balancing factors. Really, we want to be affordable on the one side, and also whilst we are implementing the system, we also have to consider the pricing of competing modes, the price sensitivity of commuters, but at the same time, we need to get the highest bang for our buck in terms of the subsidies that we receive from national government. And there would always be a balancing act between affordability and level of service. And in that, of course, the whole objective is to understand exactly where you are and make sure that you optimize as far as possible the service that you roll out to eliminate efficiency in this balancing act. And that is one of the reasons why we have an incremental approach and why we are also experimenting with different modes and using our transitional operations to do so. So really, we call it learning by doing by learning. And I think if you look at the person on the photograph, we were probably just as nervous as he was. When we started out with this process, but we had already mooted the use of minibus taxis contemplated very early on in the Yorona operations plans. And at the time, initially those were considered as feeder services, and later they were considered as potential complementary services, but they were initially considered under a gross contracting model. In other words, with these vehicles forming part of the fee per kilometer type contract. What was always a barrier to entry in the early years was the cost that it would take to get automatic fare collection onto taxis. And with advances in that space, it made it possible for us, and at an opportune time, early on during our rollout, to look at AFC as an option on vehicles. So the project had very little momentum prior to 2021, but it gained a lot of momentum during 2021 with the negotiation of this broad compensation deal. And the project started moving forward on certain fronts, and while certain things in other areas were still lacking. So we had to then look at finalizing the compensation deal, and there was quite a bit of pressure on the project at that point in time to launch and to prove up a concept in phase 1A and make a case for the existence of the project. So at that time, the project was still pretty much distressed, and we had to lift the project up and embark on the operations with a number of constraints and limitations in place. When we set up the IPTOC, with consideration of, for example, issues with regards to capacity of the municipality to manage contractual interfaces, also the capacity of the industry to be integrated, we set up a structure where our conventionally vehicle operating companies services is expanded more into the form of a concession, where there are a number of other responsibilities that are also assigned to the integrated public transport operating company. So in this instance, for example, operating the fare collection system, also the public transport monitoring systems, and a number of other subcontracted services that relate to the bus operations. But the key part of the formalized scheduled operations still running through a gross cost contract. Initially, this gross cost contract was then started on a service in phase 1A, operating 10 buses and 35 branded taxis. These all scheduled, AFC based, also subject to SARPAC and also to Basic Conditions of Employment Act, contracted or by the municipality and employed under the auspices of the Integrated Public Transport Operating Company. So as it stands, presently, Rustenburg still holds the fare box for all the AFC-based operations and scheduled operations. But when we then launched, we had the strategy of clearing the corridor, and we had to, at that point in time, come to a junction where we had to make a decision in terms of fleet limitations, as well as the ability of the public transport operator to service the demand in the corridor. We then went to the Department of Transport and we did a bit of an options analysis, and we considered at that point in time to potentially even not clear all the operations. But then part of the options analysis was to clear operations and then to develop an interim service, which is more so on a net cost contract, whereby we lease out the vehicles that we have removed to operators, and on this lease base, that the operators then operate in designated areas, and that the IPTOC and the municipality has control over the amount of vehicles that we put out into the corridor. Obviously, we made the case that the situation of partially clearing the corridor would not be favorable for the reasons that I stated earlier. And through this, we gave birth as a municipality and the team from the IPTOC a transitional operation that we call mop-up. So if we go into a little bit more detail about what mop-up operations are, so the simplest way to look at it is that the business in the compensation strategy, the business of the affected operator is essentially bought from that operator as a going concern, and all the rights that go together with that operator, which is typically a taxi owner, in some cases an owner driver. All the rights to operate the corridor are then transferred, in our case, to the IPTOC, which is our public transport operating company. We as the municipality sit there as the transport authority, but the company then operates all the integrated public transport services in our network. Those rights are then conferred to the IPTOC, and the IPTOC operates as directed by the contracting authority. So essentially, we have a mimic to the relationship between a taxi owner and the taxi driver in the first pass of the mop-up model. The vehicles that are leased, as I mentioned, are the vehicles that we took out. Coincidentally, the lease fee that we charge is quite close to the amount that we would alternatively pay in monthly compensation. So the cash flows are pretty much in and out. So if you get compensated monthly compensation because you've been removed, but then you elect to still operate within this environment, essentially in that month, your lease fee will then offset the compensation that is paid to you. There are a couple of things that we do to improve the level of service and also to gather data from the process. So certain things that we have committed to is to say insurance and public liability insurance and tracking of vehicles and so on are things that we then take care of. whereby the third party that leases the vehicle is responsible for all the other costs, including fuel and maintenance costs. And of course, if there's any remuneration to the drivers, it also comes out of that cost. So ours is purely a lease agreement, and we make sure that the vehicles are insured and that they are tracked. And of course, when the vehicles come back to us, we also check that the vehicles are properly maintained and kept in a roadworthy condition. This arrangement doesn't establish an employer-employee relationship. So essentially, the operator is still an entrepreneur. So there are very much still transitional elements to this that makes this closer to a taxi operation. The intention in the longer term is obviously to improve and formalize that model going forward. So presently, those services are also running on a cash-based basis. Presently, as I say, we track the vehicles, we analyze the operation, we also survey the operations, and this helps us to an extent with the informal operations running at a cash positive basis. So it doesn't cost Rustenburg or the grant any money to run these operations. They are self-funded. This puts us in a position then also to gather the requisite data and information to then plan and plot out from real on-the-ground data our future operations. So if we look at some of the operational analysis, that we just want to highlight some stuff that's actually quite nice. At this point in time, because we still run a cash-based operation, we make use of rank surveys to do counts and use that to estimate patronage. But then we also track the vehicles, and we use geofencing to count the vehicles in the corridors. And then we also monitor kilometers. And this is an interesting chart that we display here that actually show you in terms of the mop-up operations, how these operations are in fact by the industry and through the rank mechanisms shaped, how and this is kilometers traveled, but obviously kilometers traveled relates to the number of seats that are put onto the corridor within any time, how that relates to the public transport demand within the city. So this is a keen illustration from actual data that we can get from mop-up operations that illustrate that. So this is just a small example of what we do with some of the data. Now, we started with this almost as a happy accident in the context of the undersupply that we created in the corridor and that we had to act upon. And of course, our real first starting point was the branded MBTs that we deployed onto the corridor. They are in our mind also they were born to an extent out of necessity. A number of factors that triggered that. The first thing was the fact that not all of our routes were suitable for deployment of 12-meter buses, also at the time when we had deployed, there were certain limitations in terms of the availability of 12-meter bus fleet. But really, the branded MBT with an AFC-based gross cost contract and considering the driver to vehicle ratios and the seating capacity isn't a sustainable long-term solution. So the branded MBTs we had always capped, and we still capped the number of branded MBTs within our system to avoid overemployment of drivers when we roll out additional larger and universally accessible fleet. After the development of the branded MBTs, we went into the transitional operations, which initially we considered purely as transitional operations until additional fleet becomes available. And the transitional operations were not branded. They had some very light branding to distinguish them from other vehicles operating in the corridor. Cash-based, unscheduled, with a lease contract, and with us determining the amount of supply that's put on the road. what we are now presently busy with is we are presently busy with an AFC deployment on these transitional operations, and then the intention is now that we will use the universal payment platform, but in the net cost arrangement, the lease payment will still be applicable, and there will be an alternate fare box that will be created. And the main reason why that is because it then still remains retains the lease-based relationship and the entrepreneurial-based relations within the operations, but it gives us better data in terms of the patronage. Going forwards, one of the other needs that we have within the city is that there is a need for a demand responsive service in certain hours of operation to optimize our service, and for that demand responsive service to potentially run alongside scheduled services, and then also in operating hours where the scheduled services are unavailable, such as we have a lot of mines in our area, and a lot of those mines have a number of commuters that travel, that work shifts and travel at hours outside of our normal operating hours. So what we would see is that the transitional operations will eventually then evolve into a demand responsive service, and then the final step in this evolution would then be to consider the accessibility upgrade, and specifically this would then focus on the use of smaller vehicles where a bus is not the appropriate mode of transport for a specific route. So stepping off the mop-up and just looking at a couple of other innovations that we have implemented over the course of our implementation since 2021. We are running an AFC with a SANRAL account-based ticketing system and on the Cyprus platform, and we intend to roll out, continuing with that platform. Over time, the intention is now to also make the platform EMV compatible, at least, or to have the ability for single trip commuters or commuters that don't have our Cyprus card to also be able to access the system. And then also I had mentioned the multi-fare box option, where we are integrating the same payment platform and potentially some of the same commuter and transport information, but then being able to assign that to other contracts within the IPTN. And then we also, when we took off taxis, we had to, in certain instances, we had to implement a couple of innovative solutions. One of the innovative solutions that I really like is our mobile kiosks, where we took some taxis that we took off the road and refurbished them and repurposed them and have them being able to dispatch them. So especially when we initially surveyed points of sale, etc., we had to look at where the demand was, and we had then the ability to deploy these kiosks, and then also in future rollout to shift these kiosks to different places within the municipality as the system is being rolled out. We also used the Rustenburg depot, the Rustenburg showgrounds and some of the showground buildings and facilities and infrastructure, and converted that into our depot facilities. We also made use of, in terms of this initial rollout, a couple of in a couple of areas we implemented temporary infrastructure, and also we have rationalized a lot from the original designs, which were based on the platinum boom, in terms of the extent of infrastructure that we roll out on the ground. Also, those that are active in IPTNs and in the industry will know that, you know, there are a number of issues and shortages within the market presently with regards to 12-meter or any bus fleet, but 12-meter buses. And one of the projects that we are currently implementing to expand our fleet is the retrofitting of ex-Gautrain buses that came off Bombela Concession Company. This retrofitting process was implemented through an initial piloting process we called the Golden Bus. So there was an initial pilot bus that was set up to confirm firstly whether we could get an appropriate retrofit supplier. There were two suppliers that competed, and then whether the retrofit could be applied in such a manner that the bus could then be made more accessible. The original Gautrain buses were not fully universally access compliant. And in fact, it's not really possible for these buses to become fully universally accessible. But it is possible to greatly improve the access. So one of the some of the key features that we did is that we added right-hand doors to the buses to make them suitable for use on median stations. We also included wheelchair bays. We've now also recently incorporated some priority seats at grade. And otherwise, we have made a number of functional and cosmetic changes within the bus configuration to make them more accessible. So the pilot process has been concluded, and the next batch of buses is currently in the retrofit and refurbishment process. One other thing that's also quite interesting that we did when we just started is that we ran in December 2022 a free ride campaign. When we launched the service initially, things were a little bit slow. With the free ride campaign, the exposure to the fare media in particular, and the prerequisite that you could use the system provided that you register and get your fare media, that greatly improved our level of penetration of the fare media within the community, and assisted us greatly in achieving the patronage that we have now, which is some of the highest patronage per seat offered in the country. We also have this weekly operations summary dashboard that you see. So aside from all the meetings that we have and a joint operational committee every week where we discuss operational issues with the IPTOC, etc., we also try to make, and also in our engagements with the industry and so on, it public what the system is doing, and showing that and showcasing that on a week-by-week basis, and also making it open and transparent for everyone to look at that. Also, we are in development with the development of the taxis and looking at conventional automatic public transport monitoring systems and how fit for purpose that is in the taxi industry. We are looking at in-house development of simpler and more cost-effective systems for IPTMS, specifically with the other modes where the conventional methods aren't practical. And we are also now looking at rolling back those simplified methodology with our own in-house development into the formalized bus services. So if I can then dwell on some of the success factors, some of the lessons that we learned, and on the way forward, I think what is central to our approach today is and what we would recommend for everyone when they start right at the outset to do is to measure, because if you are unclear on what's going on to the ground, you are not going to be able to design an efficient system to respond to that. And the first point of measurement that is extremely important is to invest in detailed defensible surveys to ensure that you get value for money in compensation and also in planning your rollout. So we would definitely recommend is to say that when you go out and when you want to roll out the scenario, don't go big bang. Understand the situation on the ground first and make sure that you have the data to make informed decisions. Clearing corridors is also something that we feel fairly strongly about, is that we see that in a truly integrated public transport, there has to be all participants within that, whether they are formally participating under a singular contract or whether they are participating in a mixture. They cannot be left to compete on the road. And especially if we're talking about the taxi industry and the certain inherent competitive advantages that it has to a more formalized scheduled service. Now, absolutely important, I think James raised that also on a number of occasions, is that one needs to win trust and respect by being transparent, and you need to work in good faith and adopting sound business principles in your negotiations. And we have been very fortunate, I believe, in Rustenburg, firstly, by working with a very receptive taxi industry, and also working with open-minded advisors. A lot of what we are presenting you today are things that we figured out in the trenches together. But we wouldn't have been able to do that if we didn't trust, if we didn't respect, and if that wasn't mutual in that relationship. So I think the other thing is, of course, with innovation and out-of-the-box thinking, we have made mistakes. And because if you are going into uncharted territory, evidently it introduces additional complexities and risks. So one has got to keep the finger on the pulse and continuously monitor and evaluate what you are doing, properly reflect on what went wrong, be honest with yourself about that and about the implementation with the team, and saying, how do we improve this? So the process of continual improvement is absolutely necessary. It's no use to say things aren't working, let's stick our head in the sand and let's ignore that. So there has to be the process of continual improvement. And then the other thing that we also believe is that in business, there are carrots and there are sticks. And when we create these IPTNs, sometimes in government perspectives, we don't build in these mechanisms that reflect that are reflective of a true commercial transaction. So one has to think about building in the requisite the reward and penalty mechanisms. And then the other thing, of course, is once those reward and penalty mechanisms are put in place, they need to be properly managed. So in terms of the way forward, so the learnings that we have just shared with you, and there's obviously a lot of other stuff that we've also learned. We will apply that now. We're busy now with the rollout of our phase 1C operations and that will be in this financial year. And hopefully next year, when I see you and when I see James, we would have caught up with George a bit on patronage. With our current proof of concept, with replication of what we have done, and with the enhancements and the continual improvement, we then need the intent to apply for additional funding. And again, I think it was said before, but the grant conditions are restrictive. I think an open dialogue is required. There's the budget facility for infrastructure. So I think if there is a reasonable plan with some evidence and underpin, in our experience, the department has really supported us. And then the other thing that we are also pushing quite hard for is a broader adoption of AFC, also within the services that don't currently form part of the IPTN. And we have already started making headway in speaking to the industry and other transport operators within the municipality to expand our services in that space. And that's my story. Thank you very much.
Jurgens, thank you so much. Clearly, you guys doing very important and innovative work there, and technology is really doing its thing there in Rustenburg, it seems. So thank you very much for sharing this. We really appreciate that. Jurgens, I already see there's a question by Brendan in the chat room here. Jurgens, what does the fare box held by the operator mean? Does it mean that the VOC will be collecting the passenger fares on behalf of the municipality?
Okay, so the way that the system is basically configured at the moment is that the fare box is paid into a ring-fenced account that is held by the municipality, but the fare collection services are being managed by a subcontractor of the integrated public transport operating company. So the physical management of the fare box is by the IPTOC, and that is in the current scheduled AFC based services. If we look at the net cost contracting model, there the fare box will then be held by the subcontractor that provides the subcontracted mop-up services.
Thank you, Jurgens. I see we've got a very active chat room there. It's actually great. And thanks also to Kibi to answering all the questions there. Are there any questions for Jurgens, perhaps? Nobody's challenged for time, but let's hear. Maybe there's one burning question or so. You're welcome to unmute and then I'll recognize you. Simpiwe?
Yes, good day. My name is Simpiwe from City of Johannesburg. Basically, from the presentation, I'm seeing that Rustenburg is like moving to somehow BRT light, you know, instead of having like a heavy BRT system with, you know, the stations and dedicated lanes and so forth. You know, I'm not sure about your system, but what I'm picking up, it's like you're moving that in that direction. And to me, maybe there's quite a lot that we can learn as cities, especially cities that were first, you know, to implement the BRT, because we should try and move in such a direction that as government, perhaps, we provide basic infrastructure, which is light infrastructure, not heavy infrastructure, that can be rolled out quickly. And then we perhaps have a system where we actually regulate vehicles in terms of roadworthiness, you know, good standing, like tax compliance and so forth, and then provide some form of subsidies, but then leave the industry to actually operate the system instead of us, you know, trying to regulate everything, you know, trying to maybe exclude other operators, you know, from coming to the system, because if we exclude them, actually they force their way in and provide parallel services and competition. So I don't know whether Rustenburg is somehow moving to that direction. Am I correct, or my assessment is not correct? Because I'm worried about the heavy infrastructure that we have to provide and the cost of that infrastructure and the time it takes, you know, to roll out the infrastructure. But my view is that if we can move to something like BRT Lite, you know, we can quickly roll out infrastructure and maximize, you know, the resources that we have. So I don't know what is the comment from Rustenburg. Is my assessment correct, or maybe I'm sort of like missing a point? Thanks.
Thank you, Simpiwe. Jurgens, I don't know if you want to take a question from Letla Konolo as well.
Yes, I think let's do that, and then I'll come back to the infrastructure and the BRT light.
Thank you. Letla Konolo. Seems to me that's not question. Oh, there it is. Thank you, Letla Konolo.
Good. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the presentation. And my question is in relation to the previous speaker has alluded on, in terms of how about we learn from the current and previous project that has been there before, or that are on operations even right now. And my question to that is, has the municipality thoroughly considered the trip generation when it comes to routing the RRT at Rustenburg, RRT? And have they considered, as Rustenburg is largely dominated by mining sector, I'm sorry, and those mining companies have their specialized transport, which is a private transport that are moving their own people from one place to the other. Which certainly at some of the RRT routes, you still have a large ridership that is moved by mining private companies from moving their employees from one place to the other. Has the municipality considered that factor, and how are they dealing with it in terms of trying to improve their ridership and subsequently improving their ridership? Because at some point there is a market share that is being divided in that category. And lastly,
sorry, Letanola, who do you represent?
Pardon?
Who do you represent? Where do you work?
I'm currently a full-time student at University of Cape Town.
Thank you.
But I've worked as a transport economist before.
Thank you. Please keep it short, Letanola. We're running out of time.
Okay, I'll pause it there. Just around the trip generation and how the mining sector is dominating at Rustenburg, and how private companies, has the municipality tried to consider that fact.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jerkens.
Thanks. So yeah, let me take those two questions. So I think BRT Light was a term that was mooted, but I think what we are doing is more of an incremental implementation that I would say that is maybe fit for purpose. So what we are doing is that, and in the original plans, and many of you will know if you follow the news, Rustenburg have a couple of monuments with regards to historical infrastructure projects. At some stage, we were also on carte blanche with regards to our stations and stuff like that. And a lot of these were legacies of the past, historical things that when we started, when the project was essentially placed on terms by the department, we at that point in time made a decision to say we're going to not roll out any more infrastructure, only to make the system accessible to the level of access that is presently there, and that can be, but not to invest in infrastructure, but rather than to start invest in operations and prove up the need for the service and the fact that the market share can be transferred. So it's more of an incremental operation, and I know that in many of the other places, a lot of the big bang type approach was to say that invest in infrastructure and then roll out trunk services, but then and then a lot of the projects got stuck on the basis of the infrastructure projects got stuck. So our incremental approach is rather to say to use what we have and then to prove up the demand, and then to roll out an infrastructure process incrementally. And there we also learned from people like George, and James had also mentioned that they have 4 phases. I don't think that our plan is divided up like that, but that is also to an extent what we are doing, is that we are proving up the demand. We're making sure and determining by basically, you can't steer a bus if it's not moving, and that's the thing, the key point that we wanted to make. So it's not BRT Light, it's an incremental approach by which we start operating, and as we start operating and we see the need, and we can motivate an expansion. And then with regards to trip generation, and then also interfacing with the mines. So in the current area, it is something that we are monitoring. We are also monitoring the activity from the mines, and then we also then work with a number of operators that perform contracted services. And we do consider them, and the plan for us is that in the future desired state, that all of those will be integrated into the IPTN and also making use of the universal payment platform. But some of these elements, the contracts would then still need to be negotiated. The important part is then the management of the areas of operation and the integration of operations, that we don't design overlapping services that compete on the road for each other. So, and for all of the operations, public transport operations happening in Rustenburg, the intention is that all of those will be integrated to the single platform.
Thank you, Jurgens. Thank you very much for this great presentation and sharing knowledge. Definitely, when I visit Rustenburg again, we're going to have a ride there on the public services. Could we ask that the rest of the questions kindly be posted in the chat room so that we can manage our time properly? And Jurgens, if you can kindly just keep an eye on the chat room, maybe there's a question for you following this. Jurgens, maybe a closing comment from your side?
No, just thank you very much. I mean, this is a fairly substantial audience, so thank you very much for everyone attending and listening to our rant, and just watch out for Rustenburg. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Jurgens. Take care. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, that was just another great presentation from Rustenburg. Let me get our program up here. And as I say, last but not the least, we've got Mr. Andre Friesler. He's a specialist consultant transportation, and he's going to talk about value engineering, how to implement fit-for-purpose infrastructure. Thank you very much, Andre. Perfect, Andre. Thank you.
Harry, can you just confirm that my presentation is there?
It's there. Thank you very much.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for staying on to attend this graveyard session of this seminar. As you've heard, my name is Andre Friesler. I'm part of the Pegasus team that have been employed by NDOT to provide technical support and monitoring of the IPTNs. And the particular topic I've been asked to speak on is the subject of value engineering and how to implement fit-for-purpose infrastructure. There are two elements to my presentation. Three. The first one really deals with concerns with the current trunk infrastructure implementation that we've observed through the various site visits we've been doing over the last couple of months. So they're really current projects. And then secondly, I'll come up with a guide to achieve real infrastructure value engineering on trunk routes. And I'm concentrating today mostly on the trunk routes. There are other observations we've made on feeder services, depots, etc. But to keep it succinct for today, we'll just look at the trunk routes. And I think it's been quite topical in the last conversation. And then really a way forward, how can we proceed to achieve real infrastructure value engineering? Just to quote Gershon Fortune after SATC this year, he says, let's all be focused on one objective: to move people reliably, safely, affordably, and in a sustainable manner. And I think if we had to look at what the current concerns with infrastructure implementation are, we are really good at building great infrastructure. But as you've seen from Kiwi's presentation, we are not really moving enough people yet on our systems. And as I said earlier, I'm going to focus today on bus lanes, bus lane implementation on general, for both in provision of bus lanes and also where we have got bus routes where we are doing general traffic capacity upgrades and then in the whole area of station provision. So just in some of the observations we've made, in one of the cities we've observed, or maybe a couple we've observed, where public transport lanes have been introduced, and in the interim they are going to be used as general traffic lanes. So that means where we've got a 2-lane road for general traffic, we widen using the grant money to provide the public transport lane, but because we don't have the services running yet, we run that as a general traffic lane. And we do run a risk here of inducing travel, car travel. This little diagram on the top right there, we do the expansion temporarily. It's less congested and faster. And we get more car drivers and people moving from public transport into their cars because they now can freely move, and then we get back to the more congestion. So it's really we're chasing ourselves in terms of that. So, and I think we really run a very high risk of never getting our bus lanes back for public transport operations, because in 3 or 4 years' time, when we are ready to run our operations, we find that there's significant public and political opposition to us taking that lane away and reducing it back to 2 general traffic lanes. So really, again, we're looking at an incremental approach here where we can potentially delay the implementation of these additional dedicated lanes for when we really need them in the future. Second thing that I observed really is that where we've got bus routes using mixed traffic, the tendency has been to widen the intersections or the routes to increase the travel speeds. And again, we fall into the same trap there. Ridership will decrease as drivers move back to cars because it's now easier to drive, will induce the demand, congestion will grow again, and the travel speeds will drop. And the money we've spent to try and improve public transport speeds on the routes will be impeded and go back to what they were at the moment. So really the alternative suggestion here, and we'll talk about it a bit later, is to look at public transport priority from the start and to dedicate that road space to public transport and make sure that public transport vehicles are moving from the start. Thirdly, the whole issue of trunk station provision. Some of the trunk routes that we have already implemented have trunk stations planned on them. And as you can see in this diagram here, there's a catchment of about 250 dwelling units on a particular route, and it doesn't warrant that type of implementation in terms of a station building. There's no benefit from pre-boarding validation to the dwell times because our boarding and lighting figures will be so low. There's a very high cost of providing, maintaining that and equipping that building for public transport operations. And then we also have the high ongoing operational costs, which we understand from the operational planners are very, very high. So essentially we're getting a low benefit, but a very high cost in terms of providing a station building on that particular public transport trunk route. Then I think in terms of our station buildings themselves, if we look at on the right-hand side where this concept originally came from in South America, the Curitiba bus BRT shelter or bus shelter design or station design, I think in South Africa we've really potentially over-engineered these. We've gone for very elaborate architectural designs and very expensive station infrastructure, which essentially does the same job as what the Curitiba structure itself does. So I think we really need to examine our station designs and look at how we can try and potentially save money and simplify our station buildings as much as possible. So really a guide to achieving real infrastructure value engineering in our systems in South Africa. Well, I think somebody did speak about this earlier. Historically, we have had an approach to trunk routes where we've been asked to provide dedicated bus lanes in both directions with heavy pavement designs to accommodate buses with high numbers of buses, firstly, and secondly, buses with very high load factors, especially which has been seen on South American public transport routes where they get very high bus load factors. And by doing this, we get guaranteed reliable travel speeds on all our trunk routes. Furthermore, we've been asked to look at providing closed stations at regular intervals along the route. And the whole move has been to minimize the bus dwell time, so we can reduce the number of buses on the route, and we can reduce the number of drivers. We've gone for this fare office with pre-board fare collection and validation, so that when the bus stops, we can get those minimized dwell times, and we've got multiple doors through which people can board and alight, again, to reduce the dwell time. So if we do a little bit of a reality check on that historical approach, the first criteria I want to look at is reliable travel times on routes. Well, the assumption is that the entire route is congested and that we need dedicated lanes over the entire route to provide the travel times. In reality, and what we've been able to observe on the current trunk routes that are operational, is that there are only certain sections of these routes where the travel speeds are unacceptable and where potentially priority is required. And what are the implications and savings we can get out of this? Well, I think we need to look at a far more nuanced approach where we look at bus priority lanes or measures that can be applied incrementally as congestion grows on particular routes, and not look at a full-blooded both direction approach. The second thing is acceptable bus axle loads. Well, the assumption was that we would have very high load factors and bus flows requiring abnormal pavements, and therefore we needed dedicated lanes. Well, the reality is that the kind of load factors that are experienced in South America are not being experienced here. We have cities where we have long commute times for passengers, and most of them want to sit. So a lot of the high load factors come from a high proportion of standing people in buses, and that is just a reality we're not finding in our South African context. And really the implication is, again, pavement design requirements could be reduced and buses could use mixed traffic lanes if we go for the priority approach. So, maybe those axle loads aren't as high as we anticipated, and we can look at the buses being accommodated in mixed traffic lanes. And this has happened to a certain extent already in this country. The third item or criteria was short dwell times at interterminal trunk stations. So these are the ones between, say, your origin and your final destination, your terminals. And there the assumptions were that we'd have high boarding and alighting volumes, requiring all this pre-board validation and multiple bus doors so that we could keep the dwell times low. Well, the reality is at these interterminal trunk stations, we have medium to very low volumes and not really warranting this sort of pre-board validation and multiple bus doors. So the implications are, the potential savings are, we may not require closed stations on our trunk routes, and passengers could use an open median stop and enter through the left-hand door of our buses, provided they are universally accessible. So in terms of a process that I was asked to consider, I have about 10 different sort of items that I'd like to discuss with you this afternoon. Firstly, starting with developing accurate system plans. I believe that a lot of over-engineering comes from inaccurate system planning. The engineers essentially build what the system planners tell them to, or the requirements are, and they forecast the bus loading, the number of buses, and often that boils down to how we engineer the pavements and how we engineer the stations. So that's the first point. Secondly, is to identify bus priority sections and intersections that require us to provide the reliable travel times. We need to design appropriate bus lane pavements for those from those accurate system plans. We need to assess whether closed stations are really warranted or not. We need to consider open interim trunk stops in our medians. We need to reassess closed station design and sizes. We need to consider incremental rollout as an option rather than a big bang approach. And finally, in terms of contract and construction supervision and design, we need to make sure we employ skilled contract engineers and site staff because often that is where some of the major overruns are being experienced. So the first one, develop accurate system plans. An over-optimistic system plan will predict bus ridership and bus loading and will result in over-designed infrastructure. So really the plea here is we need to look at better modeling and forecasting techniques. We need to really look carefully at system planning training within our different organizations. We need to look at realistic bus load factors, and I'm sure that sort of information is available from a lot of these systems that are operating at the moment, so we can feed that back in. We need to critically interrogate our system plans and update them for any changes. So it's a living document, and it's something that we need to sit back and look at very, very carefully, and then cost out the operations and undertake some form of cost benefit analysis. And this needs to feed into a business plan, because once we've developed a system, we should really feed it into the business plan and say, can we actually afford it? Or what is going to be the subsidy if we run these stations along this particular route? Secondly, I think we need to identify bus priority sections and intersections. It's a little bit more cumbersome process than really just rolling out bus lanes in each direction. We need to collect data, and this often is in the form of traffic counts and travel time runs or probe data. We need to analyze that data, looking at travel time assessments and link flow analyses. We need to then interpret it and say, well, where do we actually need bus priority, both now, in 5 years' time, in 10 years' time, in 20 years' time, and look at incremental priority requirements. And then we can get to preparing our conceptual designs and phased implementation plan. Just an example here of a particular route on one of the IPTNs. So these are congestion studies that were done for that particular facility. On the bottom left here, you will see the link flow and capacity assessment diagrams, and there you can see in the green the link flows that were counted. We've got a capacity line, which is the red line at the top, and the dotted red line is near capacity. When you get to near capacity, routes start to break down and travel speeds will reduce. And you can see on the right-hand side that for most of the route from the left-hand side to about the midpoint, the speeds are about 37 kilometers per hour, and that's including intersection delays. And then as you see, it gets near capacity, the speeds drop to 29 and 27 kilometers per hour. So the proposal here could be that buses could use mixed traffic in the first section on the left up to, say, Sutherland Road, and then from then onwards, we might look at bus priority on that section to ensure that the buses can continue to operate at acceptable travel speeds. So again, an incremental approach applying bus priority. The third thing would be to, and some of the examples of this priority you can see here is that we've got essentially queue jump lanes at intersections, the use of the pre-signals to get buses back into mixed traffic. And in the bottom you can see a particular example of the My City where buses move from dedicated lanes into mixed traffic just to beat the congestion. So they're not continuous along the whole length of each of these routes. The third thing I'd like to look at too is design appropriate bus pavements. Again, we need the realistic system plan to give us realistic bus flows and passenger loadings. Do we need an abnormal load pavement? Is bus priority lane warranted? So do we need a separate lane where anyway, because we need buses to move in that? And then we need to design the appropriate pavement accordingly. And really, there's a small matrix there. Do we need a normal pavement or not? Do we need bus priority? And we can choose a suitable pavement for our particular route. Fourthly, I'd like to look at whether trunk stations are warranted, and I'm suggesting that they should only be provided or delay being provided until warranted. We should look at a minimum number of peak hour boarding and alighting at a certain station. Some cities have looked at that and they've given a threshold for that. And then also we need to look from a business planning perspective to assess whether it's actually affordable to run a station on this route. If not warranted, we're suggesting that you consider an open median stop in the interim and use the bus's left-hand front door for passengers to board and alight. So that is the next point. Consider interim open trunk stops You can delay station construction, maybe mothball them until they're warranted. You can provide, in blue there, you'll see in this diagram, this plan view, we can maybe retrofit some of our station locations to put in a feeder platform with a bus stop. And we could consider designing the junction so that in the future, if we do need to, like in this case here, we've really got a trunk station there, but in the future, could we retrofit that junction to incorporate a station and remove the feeder platforms? An example on the bottom left is an open median platform station, open platform on the MyCity system, giving a shelter and showing some protection from traffic behind the shelter. Here's another example from Paris, where they've got medium bus lanes with open feeder platforms, type platforms. Then reassess our closed station design sizes. In the initial study tours that some of us went on, we looked at some of the South American examples of what these bus stations look like. They're almost unrecognizable compared to the stations that we've got in South Africa. So really, I think we need to look at what do we need for this system to function properly. And there's a call really to look at less elaborate architecture and more functional architecture. And and then also in terms of the size of the stations, we really need to use the BRT guide has got equations where we can look at how much space do we need inside a station? Do we really need these very large and elongated station buildings, which are obviously expensive and maybe not a requirement? This is just an extract from the BRT guide for your reference. You can go and look there under section 25. It deals with how to design platform circulation space based on the number of boarding and the lighting and circulating passengers within a station. Then incremental rollout. I think Jürgen spoke about this as well, that we really need to look at an incremental approach, big bang approaches. I think we've looked at that and we've had issues with that. It's really slowed down the operations of these systems. And also, if we go with the big bang approach, we've seen it that there's a high cost of repairing stations, keeping them repaired when they're not operational, vandalism, and we've had many routes having to be guarded for an extended period of time to protect them from vandalism. We really need to look at, I suggest, modular and prefabricated station components. On the right-hand side, in image by Cole Felstrom, you can see on a particular system they've actually prefabricated the stations that can be brought in by truck and placed on the station literally a couple of months before actual implementation, rather than building these things and having them stand out there for years and years. And then also investigate the rollout of bus priority and dedicated bus lanes incrementally. The bottom left image there, if you need a station and you need passing lanes, but you don't need dedicated lanes along a route, you can always build the stations and then move the buses back into mixed traffic. So there are all sorts of ways of looking at incrementalism, and it requires a more technical approach to providing infrastructure. The next step, employ skilled contract engineers and staff. I think a lot of our cost overruns on projects have come from trying to proceed with work when the detailed design is not being completed, and we don't have accurately scoped projects. We haven't got accurate BOQs. We've also got maybe too many provisional sums, and it really needs skilled engineers to adjudicate the tenders that come in that have been prepared by skilled professional engineers who design the watertight contract documents with well-scoped projects. So I think that's a lesson that we've had to learn the hard way. And then secondly, construction management. I can't stress highly enough how important it is to have skilled professional engineers managing the contracts and adjudicating the disputes and variations. We need program issues often lead to great time overruns. We've got high risks of stoppages from various other sort of third parties that results in claims, contract variations and costs. And I think it's beholden on the municipalities to really look at these aspects and make sure that our contracts are being run in a watertight fashion. So what do I suggest is the way forward? I suggest that, you know, we have, from an international perspective, infrastructure that we've provided on our routes has been seen as extremely high quality, and I think we can pride ourselves in that. But as a country, we also pride ourselves in innovation. And I think as engineers, we all need to own this. We cannot afford to waste the scarce resources of our country on over-providing infrastructure. I think it's a little bit embarrassing if we do, and it's really an indictment on our industry. So the challenge really is to design fit-for-purpose infrastructure at minimum cost. Because again, I just want to stress the prime objective of what we're trying to do is move people, and not to build you know, over provided infrastructure. So I think that's really the challenge I want to lay down to our system planners and to our engineers as we move forward with infrastructure rollout on the IPTNs. So in terms of trying to, you know, to assist with that, I think DOT is quite keen to convene a sort of a value engineering community of practice. We, you know, looking at some sort of guide as how we can, you know, what are the elements we've got to look at to try and minimize infrastructure cost. I think we need to more accurately model and forecast more accurately our system plans, and we need to train system planners, people who are involved in system planning in this country, and critically analyze whatever comes out of our system plans. Yeah, we need to develop design procedures for trunk priority, and, you know, warrants for stations, and provide technical training as well, and try and learn from other cities who have gone through a lot of this already. Yeah, and also we need to capacitate municipalities to scope new and review system plans and engineering designs. You know, maybe ask the questions, the hard questions. Why are we putting this lane in here? Do we really need it? So I think that is key as well. And then finally, we need to capacitate our construction sites and make sure that we can manage very watertight contracts and manage the variation and overruns on our construction contracts. Thank you very much.
Andre, thank you so much. Very, very informative presentation, and engineer, you doing a reality check on us. Thank you for that. That's very, very important. Ladies and gents, all right, let me hear, are there any questions for Andre? You're welcome. Yes, there we've got Jerry. Jerry, just please identify yourself, and you're welcome to ask your question.
Okay, great. Thank you, Andrew. Just I don't know if it's a question, but I think it's a comment. You know, when you say fit for purpose infrastructure, that is not expensive. I really hope you don't mean that we must provide cheap, low quality infrastructure for the poor. And then on the other hand, we must provide high quality, expensive infrastructure for those who can afford. That's, yeah, I take it as a comment, not necessarily a question. Thanks.
Thank you, Jerry. Andre, can we take some PV questions
Yeah.
from PV from Johannesburg?
Yeah, thanks. Look, I really appreciate the presentation. My view really is that the cost of infrastructure that cities are incurring and the benefit from that infrastructure, you know, I feel we are over designing. I fully agree. We are over designing. We can actually cut cost to half and still provide a very efficient service to our communities. I appreciate this proposal of public transport infrastructure value engineering community. I think it's high time that cities, we have this forum whereby even before rolling out our infrastructure, we sort of like have a peer review sort of like system whereby we discuss, the pros and cons of what we are doing, how is it going to sort of like benefit communities and so forth. Because then by doing that, we can quickly roll out infrastructure and roll out infrastructure that is not very expensive to maintain. Because if you check some of the infrastructure that we have been rolling out over years, even the maintenance costs, especially for stations, are very heavy. So we should really move into that direction and see what can come out, from this infrastructure value engineering community and the training that we are not talking about. All these things are really necessary to take our country forward in terms of modernizing our public transport system. Thank you so much.
Andre, you can respond.
Okay, firstly to Jerry. Jerry, absolutely. I think we need to treat everybody with dignity. People deserve the best we can offer them. What I'm suggesting is that we provide appropriate infrastructure, not cheap infrastructure. It might still be expensive, but we can't differentiate between the poor and the rich and in terms of what we give. So I hope I've allayed your fears there, that this is not cheap infrastructure. This is appropriate infrastructure, and it's where it's required to provide the reliability that we need for the services that we want to run. So Piwe, yeah, I think you agree with the presentation, and you are just really putting your hand up and saying, let's get this training and this community of value engineering going. So I appreciate your comments.
Thank you, Andre. I'm just trying to catch up in the chat room here. I see here James Rob. Andre, apologies if I missed this, but have you done much work on the maintenance management and vandalism related costs? My experience is that designers and technical teams propose materials that are often not fit for purpose to withstand vandalism and are sometimes maintenance heavy. That's from our friend James Rob.
Yeah, so we haven't done that research, but it's certainly something we potentially can earmark, and if the DOT would like to pursue that as a research topic, we could look into that. But I mean, the plea really is coming that we need to look at, again, and the materials we use, and if something does get vandalized, is it something we can fairly easily and quickly replace? Or is it an expensive item to replace? So I think that's all part of this value engineering approach.
Thank you, Andre. You see there's quite a long comment about Claire, and she says that the issue is that we need to plan more robustly for a range of system assumptions, or we are guaranteed to be incorrect. Don't know if Claire is perhaps available to unmute and talk about your comment, Claire.
Hi, Harry. Morning, Andre. No, it was just a point about morning. Yeah, just a point to say that the way one does demand projections is kind of a standard way of doing it. My point is that if we only do a single scenario and the assumptions are that the economy will be a certain way, that competition will be removed in a certain way, if that doesn't get followed through in reality from the plan, then everything is wrong. All the demand assumptions will be wrong. So I don't necessarily think it's the demand projections that are wrong. It's the way we use the demand numbers. We should rather do ranges and say it could be between this and this, rather than coming up with a single number, because that's very unrealistic. That's just that point. Thanks.
Thank you, Claire. Are there any other questions perhaps for Andre? Andre, I see that the chat room is quite busy, and I think it's the best chat room we've had in a long time for this event. It's very interesting, actually, what's going on there. But Andre, okay, it seems to me that everybody is happy. or happy, then maybe some closing remarks from your side.
Yeah, I think what I'd love, I'd love to encourage is cities that have grappled with a lot of these issues, and developed an internal stance on them, and have learnings that they can share with the rest of us as a community, if they would make that information available, because I think it'll be a collaborative effort to generate this community of value engineering, and I think as we try and benchmark, how we can move forward and provide the appropriate infrastructure, and not fall into this sort of trap of over designing in future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andre. Ladies and gents, let's give Andre a big hand for great presentation, and to Pegasus also for putting this together. Thank you very much for this. We really appreciate your input. And I see you getting lots of thumbs ups here, Andre. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gents, let's quickly have a look at our program, and we will see there that our host for today, and that is Ms. Kibi Manana. She says she's the Chief Director, General Public Transport, and the Department of Transport, and she's going to do some concluding remarks and also close the session for us. From behalf of the Transport Forum, we would like to thank DOT and also Ibrahim Sidat for guiding and driving this initiative. Ibrahim, I really appreciate this, and for Kibi for hosting us today. So Kibi, if you can kindly do the closing and concluding remarks and close the session for us, we really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Andre. Thank you, Harry. Yeah, so it was a very interesting session, and thank you to everyone for attending it. And we're thinking that maybe Harry, we could consider, this again in a year's time, and if possible, just to give a sense of where we are. And one other platform that we think we want to use is SATA conference, because Bill Cameron had set up this last day session as part of the SATA conference to look at IPTNs. And so we're trying to see how we can share as much information and create platforms of learning where possible, and just informing people where we are. So I think it was good really to hear, from George, and I'm sure people will agree with us that George is one of those success stories. And it's always a pleasure for us to showcase what has been done there. And when you look at it, it's a partnership between the province and the municipality. And also, where, initially, yes, they did propose that it will be infrastructure light, and it started light. But I think also some of the lessons we're learning is eventually you have to build that infrastructure. You may start light, but you then later face the challenge that you must then build that infrastructure. You can't avoid not building it. And also they've shown us how you can do, more with little. They've been very, creative. And we've seen how, with the success story around the involvement of the taxi industry and how they tightly managed their VOCA. And in Rustenburg as well, we've seen in a practical way how, an MBT model has been implemented, and where they've basically looked at out of the box thinking. And this is a lesson for bigger cities, your bigger metros. Because I think what we want, as Jochen said, it has to be a reasonable plan underpinned by evidence, and that's all that we want. Bring that, and we will support it. And I must say, we're not expecting him to indicate that we've been very supportive. And I think these are examples of how, as National DOT, we are flexible, and that we are willing to work with municipalities based on a local developed or a local fit for purpose model or solution. And so I think we also then, what also for me was coming out is the issue around incrementalism in implementation, and it's one issue or consideration as well that is in our as part of the review going forward, that to a large extent we will have to see how we incrementally roll out rather than the big bang approach. And then on infrastructure, I think also as Andre said, we've learned our lessons, and we now want to make sure that going forward, we don't repeat the same mistakes. We don't over specify or over design. And I worry that, when cities have come up with all these designs that, they were advised by engineers. And so where are these engineers who advise them to build and design all these types of infrastructure? And that in itself, it's an area that we really need to monitor quite closely, that we really have skilled people who know what they're doing, and they're not in it just to make money and milk the system, because in most instances you find that they find officials who don't know. And when you have an official who doesn't know what he doesn't know, or she doesn't know what she doesn't know, then anything goes. So we have to then also manage those, such occurrences quite tightly. So from our side, we really are thankful for this platform. And I also just want to thank you, Harry, and the Transport Forum, and all the three presenters for the excellent presentations, and all the participants, for the lively chat comments as well as questions that we received. And I think some of them, yes, we will go back and really look and see what more can we do better. And so we thank everyone for their active participation in this session. And also just to highlight that, yes, the communities of practice, as Andre said, yes, there's one on infrastructure value engineering. And I think we are also partnering with the National Treasury City Support Program through Hanifa, where they're creating one on the minibus taxi integration. So I think, we will be creating more of these communities of practice. Maybe there'll be one on universal access. Amanda is in this meeting. So I think if the need arises, we will definitely, as National Department of Transport, create these communities of practice required to make sure that we align, to make sure that we refocus, and to make sure that we then focus on delivering, public transport services to the people who need them on the ground. Those would be then my closing remarks, and just to say thank you to everyone. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Kibi. Thank you so much, Kibi. We're looking forward to next year's event. Take care.